we're all using some sort of approximate English to get us,
Spaghetti English.
Okay, let's start.
I love, as a native English speaker, so I've been in Europe for 27 years now. I speak the same English as everybody now. This international, like, my English teacher would just shoot me for my English. So don't feel bad about it, guys. It's international.
It's a mixed English.
And honestly, when you see our teachers and how we learned English, wow, we're doing really well actually, because I'm learning things now. I live in New York, and my daughter is in second grade. She's 7, and I'm learning things from her classes that I never learned. And so really, we're doing great, guys. So go on.
Let's start. Okay, as you know, we are 2 brothers. I'm Jacopo, my brother is Leonardo. We are 2 lawyers with a degree in law, with 2 strange specialization. I'm a lawyer in financial and in markets and in financial instruments. My brother is a lawyer with a specialization that is cryptography in law. We discovered Bitcoin in April 2013. In April 2014, we discovered the white paper of Ethereum, which is translated by Leonardo. In the June of 2014, we co-founded the official Italian Ethereum community. Between 2016 and 2018, we have a lot of activity in council and research and development on Ethereum-based project. Today, we move forward the Italian community in the divulgation and R&D on Ethereum space. Okay, let's see. This is the technological evolution. We can start from the early 80s with Commodore 64. In the 90s, we see the first PC at home. We have the initial internet boom in the middle of the 90s. So we have the dot-com bubble at the start of the 2000. And now we are in a short time frame history between 2008 and 2020. We have seen the born of Bitcoin, then Ethereum, and we are going forward to the Web3. So, blockchain. Blockchain in pills. Blockchain is a database, or better, open source ledger, encrypted and decentralized. How does it work? How does it work with an algorithm, obviously open source, who define the modality of functions, and it's a kind of DNA. History in pills. We have 2 kinds of blockchain. Blockchain 1.0, Bitcoin, from the 2008, and blockchain 2.0, that is Ethereum, which see smart contract for the first time on blockchain. That are fundamental rules. There are a lot of rules, a lot of specification. We have decentralization, disintermediation, transparency, traceability, non-corruptibility, no double spending, consensus, and trustless. A lot of rules. Then, how blockchain works? We have 2 kinds of consensus: POW consensus and POS consensus. POW consensus is the consensus of BTC and at 1.x, the original at Ethereum. The algorithm requests a great computational power provided by computers. Who provide computers? The miners, who are in competition with each other to resolve the algorithm. The computers and the electricity are very expensive. So we have another type of consensus, the POS, proof of stake. The algorithm requests a deposit of a certain quantity of token in a smart contract. The depositors are called validator, who are the people who validate the transaction. Keep a certain quantity of financial resource inside a smart contract as a cost opportunity. So, which is the reward? The reward is the token. For POV is at the moment Bitcoin, a token Bitcoin or fraction of Bitcoin, and for Ethereum is an Ether or a fraction of Ether. For POS, the reward will be a Ether or a fraction of Ethereum,
So my part right now, smart contract is the real revolution of Ethereum, inside Ethereum, because smart contract was an idea, and then I will explain the short history of smart contract. But with Ethereum, smart contract was implemented in the reality of the things. So the first thing is blockchain with Bitcoin. Bitcoin invented this this kind of technology, blockchain. But the upgrade was a smart contract with Ethereum in 2014. With the white paper of Ethereum written by Vitek Buterin. Smart contract was an idea before Ethereum, and the idea was invented or created by the famous Nick Szabo in 1994. For the first time, smart contract was theoretically written. What is smart contract? Which is the definition of smart contracts? Smart contracts is a software that could have legal implication or not. This software verifies certain conditions, and when these that conditions are verified, that condition imply automatically certain effects. All these kind of software, this software smart contract is run on the blockchain. So from the theoretically idea of Nick Szabo in 1994, for the first time with Ethereum, smart contracts are in production since the beginning of Ethereum. It's a very good good thing. Some example of initial smart contracts, the idea, no? So a simple smart contract where there is a seller and a buyer in an online store where I can buy, for example, a Coke with some fiat money. And automatically, when I pay, the Coke is sent to my home address with no human interaction. The payment will arrive to the online store, and the Coke will arrive to my home address in complete automatically way. Another example is Internet of Things. I remember when Ethereum started to attract industry attention, for example, with Samsung. One of the first project was Samsung Adapt in 2015. One of the first example was when you laundry washing machine is broken, for example, automatically the laundry machine calls the center for that provides refurbished parts of the laundry machine, then send automatically these parts to my home address. And then I can upgrade automatically these parts to my laundry machine. It's an improvement of normally Internet of Things in a domestic way into my home. So it's automatic integrations of some parts of Internet of Things. Another example is when you, for example, rent your home in Airbnb. There is a part of the in which the owner have to gives the key to the renter. It's a bit complicated, but with our Internet Things you can put this in for example, Raspberry Pi, and insert the code, send the code automatically to the renter, and then is all is guaranteed by blockchain and plus the normal Internet of Things in smart contracts on blockchain. There is the most interesting thing about smart contracts is the more sophisticated smart contracts that are principally DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, and DApp, decentralized autonomous application. DAO is a bit complicated, more complicated than DApp, because there are some principles about governance. So in a DAO, there is a voting mechanism, and a DApp, there is no voting mechanism. So a DApp is a DAO without governance. The evolving part of DAO and DApp is the FO that some friends of us are developed, and is a DAO with no monolithic software, with a microservice software. Like in Web 2.0, there are some software, the majority of the software that you could patch with a software application. Right now in DAO, DApp, and in general in Ethereum blockchain, you cannot patch the DAO, but you have to restart the DAO with new rules. I can tell you an example of the problem that general DAO could provide to Ethereum. I remember the DAO hack in Ethereum a lot of years ago, 4 years ago, when an hacker steal the Ethereum token inside this DAO, and no matter what, no one could patch the DAO software, but there was a big controversy, a big problem, and with the community split, with a community split with Ethereum, average Ethereum, and new Ethereum Classic. The famous problem: code is low or not. So the DFO could provide a microservice service in Ethereum that could replace the monolithic way to develop software in blockchain, and especially in Ethereum. The Ethereum application field is
sorry, if I can interrupt you on DAOs, it's true that it's 4 years ago, the DAO hack seems like 3 lifetimes ago, and there are going to be a bit more talks about DFOs and DAOs. There's a DAO workshop tomorrow with DAO Fest, because it's quite a fascinating thing, and for me DAOs are also you get a lot of people involved in governance and other of these issues in DAOs and how it applies to community. So I think this is quite fascinating, and it's funny because DAOs are nothing but they're not autonomous. So it's very the name is just very, very weirdly chosen, really at the end of the day. But But yeah, no, thanks for the highlight on those and DFOs.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. The new development on Ethereum is like there is a lot of hype about Ethereum right now in developing because new idea are coming, and the new idea are very, very interesting. And this is a good time to to enter in Ethereum. So the application field in Ethereum is generally is very, very big, because with a smart contracts in general, with DAO, DApp, and the future with DFO, you can build a new type of business and rethink the old type of business. So in general, with finance, politics, and all kind of organization, all kind of all, because Ethereum is a platform that can build the backend, a new backend of internet. So in this backend, you can build all types of application. Yesterday, I spoke with a friend of mine that is in Ethereum since a lot of time, and we talk about the actual problem of internet. Internet was born like a decentralized application, but right now is a very, very centralized application. For example, Facebook, YouTube, and so on. And for security reason, now internet is something like a software that has a lot of patched software, so it's very insecure. And Ethereum is rethinking internet with initial spirit. So with EVM, Ethereum Virtual Machine, all the rules, so the initial rules and the security rules, are in the same box. So rethinking internet since a new beginning with the security inside the core of application, contrarian to the actual version of Web 2.0. So Jacopo, you can continue the presentation.
Okay, now we're talking about crypto economics from ICO to DeFi. Leo, please. Okay, crypto economics. The start of crypto economics is with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is or better, could be a decentralized coin on a blockchain. Ethereum have done a step forward with the creation of the opportunity to exchange a lot of different assets. So in 2017, we have the ICO event, as you want, and now in 2020 we have the DeFi. We can compare the 2017 ICO time with the 2020 with the DeFi time, like Donkey Kong with a more improved definition and more improved process. Is exchange of term. Okay, with the DeFi, we have a new technological ecosystem. The finality is to bring the finance among the people in a more transparent way. And is just a second. I can say is a tool fundamentally with a lot of protocols who match each other like Lego bricks. This protocol can work together or alone, and the future is to see this protocol inside the DAO. The object is to give us a more transparency, finance, secure and democratic than the traditional way. Okay, how we can see how the DeFi is evolving with a tool. Is a simple tool that is DeFi Pulse, the website, and we can see that we have a huge growth from the beginning, early 2018 until now. We can see we have today 2.8 million of Ethereum locked in the DeFi because Ethereum, because the 99% of DeFi is on Ethereum. The DeFi is created by Ethereum, we can say this. And we can say the dominance at the moment is of Maker protocol, one of the base and large protocol DeFi platform on Ethereum. Hello? Okay. Blockchain is a young technology and it has got a lot of problematics: scalability, security, governance, cost, and privacy. Just a second. Okay. Leo, it's your turn.
Okay, scalability. Scalability is one of the problem of each blockchain, and Ethereum is trying to resolve the scalability problem with some application that we can say that we can arrange the main problems in 3 points. Sidechain, rollup, and sharding are the solution. And sidechain is like a bridge on the layer 2. It's a bridge upon the layer 1 that is Ethereum, and that provides with a sidechain providing a solution on layer 2. So it's a bit complicated because there are some problems about business that building these that bridges upon Ethereum, and for example. With Bitcoin, there is a sidechain that is called Lightning Network, but this kind of project brings a lot of security concerns and other type of problems. The other solution for scalability, in particular in Ethereum, are evolving right now. We have ZK rollup and other type of rollups that are bring faster transaction on Ethereum. With a lot of business are providing new type of rollup solutions, and particularly there are optimistic rollup and ZK rollup. Some big industry, like for example Ernst & Young, are providing more sophisticated ZK rollup with very big projects like Nightfall or Baseline project. The final, and for me, one of the most sophisticated scaling solution on Ethereum is sharding. We know that Ethereum is evolving in proof of stake, and the last evolving period of the proof of stake with proof of stake phase number 2, Ethereum will have sharding. Sharding is a bit complicated technology that will bring a lot of transaction in the layer, in the average layer of Ethereum, with no solution that build with, for example, sidechain layer 2 solution. With sharding, we will have all type of scaling solution on Ethereum directly in the main layer. So with someone of us are thinking that sharding is the real scaling solution, and with sharding a lot of business that right now cannot access to Ethereum, because Ethereum right now is very full of transaction. That type of business will bring their technology, their backend to Ethereum blockchain. The other problem with Ethereum is security. Some type of solution in security model in the past, in the last 2 years, some type of business try to enter in the blockchain ecosystem and Ethereum ecosystem, building a private version of Ethereum. Private version of Ethereum are not very secure, because there are many actors inside a private version of Ethereum. There is censorship of there could be censorship of some transaction, and the consensus mechanism is shared by few actors. So private blockchain are not secure, and are expensive solution, because you have to build all the protocols for private blockchain and rethinking protocols. With public blockchain, you have you don't have this kind of problems, because public blockchain is open blockchain. There are a lot of developers right now on the public blockchain, especially in Ethereum. Public blockchain is censorship resistant, so no transaction censorship, and the consensus mechanism is shared by a lot of nodes, a lot of people, a lot of business, and a lot of consumer. And this consensus mechanism is very secure, are very secure, both proof of work mechanism and in the future proof of stake mechanism. The privacy of the data inside the blockchain is a bit problematic, because since the beginning of the very first blockchain, Bitcoin, the data is not totally locked and not totally secure, because when you write a transaction, when you send, for example, a Bitcoin to your friend, there is the data are shared with all the people that go to, for example, a blockchain scan, like for Ethereum is Etherscan, and you can see the the string of the string that alphanumeric string that are given to the sender and the receiver of a certain transaction, and the exact amount of cryptocurrency that are sent. So if you know, for example, the address of Vitalik or some exchange, bigger exchange, you can watch when Vitalik, for example, sent to that certain amount of cryptocurrency to an exchange. So you can there is a lot on all the blockchain, a lot of privacy concerns, but right now Ethereum is bring some of the best privacy technologies from other projects, like, for example, ZK Cache. And the main privacy technology is right now ZK Snarks. ZK Snarks bring the privacy, a lot of privacy inside Ethereum. So the new blockchain or not the new blockchain, the main blockchain projects will be more in the future. We'll have to bring privacy, because I think that there will be two types of technology. About in a blockchain, the average, the old the blockchain technology, like Bitcoin, with no possibility to obscure some parts of the data, and the new types of technology, the new standard that brings a lot of protocols that will guarantee the privacy to all the members. Cost is another problem in all the types of blockchain. For now, proof of work have devastated a lot of resources, energy resources, with a mechanism that provide energy, a lot of energy costs, because miners consume a lot of energy with ASIC processor and so on. You can search about on internet about mining in China, for example, and you can watch a big data mining with a lot of miners inside, and in the majority of these data farms are side by side with electricity farms, because they consume a lot. But with Ethereum, and in general with a proof of stake that is a new the new standard for mining, you can have, for example, a Raspberry Pi 4, the last model, and you can have you can validate in the next future the Ethereum blockchain. Right now there are some proof of stake blockchain, for example, Tezos or Cosmos, and the others, that is working right now in this way. In the next months, Ethereum will implement proof of stake, so we can have this kind of process. It's a green process, and is a new paradigm for the mining. Jacopo.
Other problematics for this young technology is about governance. We know we are a bunch of players in this field. We have developers, miners, stakers, users, and the market. So what kind of problem we can have when there are problems between these actors? Ok, Leo, vai avanti. Ok, we could have an hash war or stake war, like BSV, BCH, or BCH, BTC. We have a point contentious fork, BCH, BSV, or we could have chancelled we could be chancelled by the governance of a chain, like centralized chain like BSV. So, how? Okay. Don't ICO when there's work to do. You gotta Okay. Hell yeah. Very good, guys. All right. how we can solve that problem? Maybe
This is great. I just want to say something about that because it's actually a friend of mine. Like it's Jonathan Mann, who has been singing and writing one song a day for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
know him too, and I was actually sitting pretty close to that shot.
nice. So yeah, no, he's continuing. If you follow him on Twitter, like he's still writing one song a day, which is really awesome. I don't know if he was supposed to like tokenize them and like make NFTs out of them. I don't know if that ever happened. But it's pretty awesome. If you need a mood booster every day, this is it.
we could solve the problem of this young technology with, for example, with the Ethereum community, because Ethereum community is a community growth from the bottom, from the top, is a respectful, peaceful community, and it's growing up very, very fast. As we can see at the last DevCon, the numbers are going up very, very fast, and we could expect, or better, Lubin is expecting 1 million developers in the ecosystem, but the community is not only for developers, is for people, and this maybe is clearly in this moment with DeFi, is a community built for entrepreneurs, for researchers, for everyone who are interested in this kind of technologies and in this kind of evolution of the society, because Ethereum is not only, the Ethereum community is not only tech, is and we can see in one of the last slide, is an ecosystem on a society building up on the blockchain, on this technology. This is a slide where we can see just a few pics of what Ethereum community could be. What is building from Meetup, from at global event, from ETH TURIN event, from Gitcoin grants. Is a community in 360 degree.
So it's our Italian community is built with.
It's a good example.
Is a good example of this kind of process, and we have an online community and a physical community, and we participate to all the events. I personally participated with my brother since the beginning, DevCon 1 to DevCon 5. Okay, all the events and the main regional events of the Ethereum, so hackathons and so on. And we have a big online community with a lot of people. I don't know exactly how many people, but probably 10,000 people. We are in Facebook, Discord, and Facebook principally. And our education is a physical education in meetups. And we hope that
not at the moment,
we can have
not
at the moment. We hope that we can have another meetup very, very soon. And we are free. We not participated in scam projects in the past, and we don't ask to our members anything. We are free for education, and we think that education is very, very important, and because especially when we are in a bull market, there are a lot of scammers that are trying to steal money from the new buys, and we think that education could put a wall between scammers and new buys. So what is Ethereum in a few words? Ethereum is an ecosystem upon a blockchain. This is our idea. And we have some memories. From the right up part of the slide. This is a very, 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 very old picture with Ethereum initial team in London in 2015, Jacopo, or 2016?
Maybe.
This picture was taken before the testnet of Ethereum, when we translated the Ethereum white paper.
And before the DAO Act, in fact, you can see Stefan Tual.
Yeah.
The Ethereum team.
Yeah. Then, the Stefan Tual was one of the builder of the DAO. And
No, but he was one of the builder of the Ethereum community.
Yeah.
Because Tual built up the Ethereum community among the world. He created the London meetup, maybe is the biggest one, and he have done a lot of good things in the first phase of Ethereum.
Yeah. And this is a picture of me with Vitalik, and then some picture at DevCons. And in the right left corner, you can see our mining operations in the past. It's in a lot of years ago, in 2013. So we are in this field since a lot of times. I think 8 years, and we watched the growth of the blockchain ecosystem. And in the first period, we were Bitcoin enthusiasts, but we think that Bitcoin is far away from the principles inside its white paper. And probably Ethereum we think that the Ethereum is very, very close to the principle of its white paper, and now is the biggest technology. I think is one of the biggest technology in the world.
Leading the way in this field.
Leading the way in this field, and this is a swag gift of us at DevCon 4 in Prague. And we thanks to Matteo to bring the opportunity to talk at this important hackathon. And we special Matteo, and obviously his big crew that bring TURIN this difficulty moment for Italy and for all the planet. You can search and talk to us. This is our contacts on web, Twitter, and Telegram. Jacopo, we want to...
It is a pleasure to stay here at TURIN. We hope we'll see in real person next year maybe, or at DevCon. We believe that this time will end very soon.
It will happen. It will happen. No, thank you very much. It's always good to have a recap and like remember that it's only been like not many years, but it feels like many decades. So it's very good that to have you guys and we're part of it from the beginning. I think this is kind of you almost feel like historians of the whole thing.
One day we will write a book, certainly.
I know you should. That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah, and, all the history of Ethereum.
I know, and it's always nicer to hear it with an Italian accent. So thank you for that as well. And I think this is very nice. So we have a few minutes for questions. If anybody, I know I have some, but I will shut up because I tend to not, shut up enough. So if anybody has questions for, now is your time. Oh, come on, don't be shy.
No problem.
Well, I have a question for you. Like, I mean, I'm very.
I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
So, like, you guys know the Bitcoin community, loudmouths in Italy as well?
There is, yes,
Yeah,
there is.
usually there are some Bitcoin communities. Some of these communities are populated by maximalists.
Yeah, too much maximalist in Italy.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Sure.
I'm not going to name names, but I'm just curious about how your guys' relationships are with that.
GG.
No, we don't have relationship with
No, because
maximalists.
they don't want to have a relationship
We don't
with us.
want to have. We asked to maximalists to chat, to enter with our conversation, or to enter with our.
With a part of the community, we have to
But
say.
maximalists are linked with business, consultancy business. So their business is trying to our
Principle.
Yes.
because if they talk in a good way, they talk in a good way to all the people in of Ethereum. They are contrarian to their spirits and their businesses because they bring they earn money with their consultancy firms and that are contrarian to Ethereum spirits and the Ethereum idea. In the past, especially in the past years, they talked about in a shit way about Ethereum. So if they talk right now in a good way of Ethereum, they are contrarian to their business.
Yeah. So I mean, let me tell you guys. I don't know if you guys know me very much, but really great recap of the history. I was the first person to ever tweet about Ethereum, actually.
Oh.
I remember.
Yeah. So
Awesome title.
So Vitalik. So I was the system administrator for the Bitcoin Foundation, and so I mean Vitalik had originally proposed to add to the scripting language of Bitcoin and wanted to build Ethereum on Bitcoin, and got run out of the foundation forums and the Bitcoin forums, and then him and Gavin were sitting at a very, very close friend of mine's bar in Berlin called Room 77 from Jörg Platzer.
I remember. I was in. It's like a pub, Room 767.
Yeah. And that's where they actually decided to launch Ethereum. Was in Room 77 in a Bitcoin thing, and so I've been around like you guys from the beginning, and I've always seen you in the circle, and it's really cool seeing the picture of you guys with Stefan Tual. What a great little piece of history that was. But the point that I want to make is that I guess it's been about 4 years now that I shifted out of Bitcoin and muted basically all of the maximalists, all the people that came through that originally I thought the young guys that really got it and everything. And I shifted over into the Ethereum community because this is where all the experimentation is happening and where all the interesting things are happening. But I think what people forget is that all of the original Ethereum people are original Bitcoiners.
Yes, of course.
And secondly, the only way you could get Ethereum at the Genesis was with Bitcoin.
I remember very well Genesis.
Right? with Bitcoin. And so I find it to be this whole one chain to rule them all, or the flippening, or all of these things I find to be tribalist childishness. Yeah. And I'm looking at all you guys nodding your heads going yes, right? So we're kind of like a group of similar people here that come out of these deep roots that are exploring all of these possibilities with skin in the game in real-time economic experimentation. I am completely blown away. I never thought that it would come this far, this fast, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, everything. I thought it was like a 20, 30 year trajectory, you know, totally ready for the long haul. But it blows my mind what how do we say, we have this complete parallel economy, right? That's side by side and basically default recognized by governments and banks and whatever, these two worlds, Bitcoin and Ethereum. Here's after saying all of that and watching all of the history with a big smile on my face and just going, God, you guys just really need to translate your slides into English, okay?
Translate our slides,
The graphics are great, the information is great. Please do that and get that out to the community. You guys are an amazing historical resource with a great overview, presented incredibly well. So please get that into English, yeah? So I have a question.
Yes.
Here's my question after saying all that, the history and sharing the experience with each other. Where are we going to be in 1 year from now? Yeah. And so that includes the shift from ETH1 to ETH2. Okay. So moving over to proof of stake, how do you guys think that's going to move? And the second question on top of that is then, do you believe that Ethereum is going to be an enterprise default technology, or do you think it's going to be a technology of the people for the people?
I think for the second question, the top on the first, I believe that Ethereum will be the technology for the the technology for the people, from the people for the people, because is at the base of its growth. Because we can see that of the ecosystem at the moment is created by regional, local, national community mixed with average user, developer, common user, layman, industries, and what else. Because the Ethereum technology, is my point of view, is made to my big words, is made to free the people from the monopolistic technologies that rule the world today. Yeah. So there are a great way in the futures, especially with Ethereum 2.0. We could see a realization of the decentralization with the structure of the nodes. Today, we could have a full node validator of Ethereum with only 32 Ethereum. That is a great step forward, because if we think that how Bitcoin is built up today, we could see 5, 6 big enterprise that are a mining farm. And that is very far from the origin of Bitcoin. Ethereum could realize to maintain its status from the people for the people, with this new tech, with this new tech step forward.
My idea is that Ethereum is for the people, but both in consumer way, so transaction or DeFi and so on, and both with an industrial interest. So my idea is that the Bitcoin is trying to have an approach since a lot of years in a push way. Bitcoiners are trying to push to Wall Street the Bitcoin ecosystem, to push to the industry the solutions and so on. But Ethereum has another strategy, is a pull strategy. Ethereum Foundation is not trying to push the solution. It's trying to build an infrastructure with the major actors like Consensus or the others. And if they realize something interesting, I'm certain that big industries like, for example, Ernst & Young and other actors will try to realize to use a good technology. And the better technology will win centrally.
Well, there are two different use cases. The technologies are two different things. Yeah, Ethereum is a different animal than what Bitcoin is.
Yeah, it's a different animal, but a more modern animal. Is you can try in the technology. I'm interested in technology since a lot of years. You can try now to build a new floppy disk. Okay, for example. But if no one are interested in new floppy disk with a lot of gigabytes, for example, like I remember Omega floppy disk, when CD-ROM conquered the world, Omega trying to build a new floppy disk, but no one used this floppy disk because people and industry are interested in a new standard, a new technology standard.
Evolving the tech.
A lot of new opportunities. Not some opportunities, a lot of. This is a giant step, not a big, a small step. I think Bitcoin is trying to push forward a little step for the humanity and the.
Yeah. So I mean, we always talk about the internet in comparison. So I'm 57 years old, and I went to university to get an email address when it was only ARPANET. Okay.
Okay.
It takes a long, long time. When I came to Europe 27 years ago, I came with a MacBook 100. Okay.
Okay.
4 megabytes of RAM and a 40 megabyte hard drive, and nobody had laptops in Europe.
An alien in Europe.
Yeah. And so these things take, as a closing statement, we're in the baby, we're still in the crib.
Yeah, totally.
We're still in the crib. The actual depth of this happening is 10, 20 years out still, and so it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yep.
Cool. So that's 12 o'clock. Thank you guys so much, man. Nice to meet you all personally. Nice to
meet you.
in our network. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
We'll translate our slide in English. Okay.
Stick around.
We'll translate soon.
Stick around and stay for Simona's talk and the other people that join up. One of the things that I noticed about non-con was that people came and they did their thing and then they left. So it'd be kind of nice if people stuck around and were involved with the other people that come on afterwards. So.
Okay. Yeah, and also like chill in Discord as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people who definitely are based in Italy and might use your help and your experience. So, but thank you so much, guys. Like it's really, again, I mean, it's always
amazing.
Nice
amazing, man. Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Even at 4 a.m. in New York, it's amazing, and I kept me awake. So you did it. All right. So I think we're up for Simona, the queen of the community. I'm so excited. She's here.
Simona Pop.
Simona Pop.
Hello.
Hi, Simona.
Hi.
How are you?
Hey.
Wow. Great to be here.
How's it going?
Good. How is everyone?
Great now.
Good.
Great.
At home.
And even better now. Yeah.
The main thing, the two main things bringing us all together, the quarantine and our love of Ethereum. What can be better?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the closest we can get now to like an actual, drink or meeting or event, as we all love them so much. So no, thank you so much for being part of TURIN and being able to share some also of your amazing experience, because you've been in the space in many different roles, and I'll definitely let you introduce yourself better. But you've gone from different projects to, like, I would call you the community queen, like, really, if that was just
Man, I remember the first time that I met Simona manning the Bounties Network booth alone.
We never had a booth. We never had a booth. The
It was
main
just
thing.
you.
It was me. It was
It
like
was-
the portable Bounties Network.
And
Yeah.
it also was like, you know, your profile on you were involved in Bounties Network, with like blockchain for social impact with consensus as well, and now Pepo community app. So these are all like things that we believe in, and
I was just so excited that there was this talented, outgoing girl. Yeah, in this sausage fest that crypto had been for so long, right? It's just like somebody who got it that was female. I was like, oh, cool, man. So anyway, it was great meeting your sunny face years ago and watching your trajectory in the space and everything that you're doing. It's great working with you. Really looking forward to this talk, man. What's up, Simone?
Thank you, guys. This is all very very sweet and very humbling, and I think the main driver in everything that I've ever done has been focused on adoption. How can we enable the access of everyone to what we're building, and what we're all doing here, and hopefully translating a lot of the very complex things that are being built into stories and into language that is relatable, that everybody can understand. So I kind of want to take this opportunity, and obviously the title of my talk is around SDGs, and I want to kind of take you through some of those projects that I've worked on and how they've related to some of the SDGs, but at the end of the day, the main focus being this impact piece. And it isn't necessarily social or environmental impact, it's just impact in real life and what that means. And so for me, it's very much how you affect change and how you empower people. And it's this transition from power to empowerment, which has very, very different dynamics. The power piece is very much a selfish, let's say, concept, whereas empowering is very much about other people, is very much about a distributive way of looking at things and potentially redesigning current models. So this is a very, very broad definition, but at the end of the day, it is all about that strong effect on someone or something. And we are at this point in time where we have so many parts of the technology to create these things that will have a strong effect on someone or something, and potentially generate this redesign of economic models, of the flow of money, of the access to resources that we haven't had for a very long time. We're talking decades and decades and decades. And this is a very important moment in time as far as I'm concerned. And so we all know the stats. If we go look at all of the inequalities, if we go and look at the fact that still economic models and economic courses teach that inequality is somehow a necessary part of the economy. It is not. It's very much a design flaw. And it's because we have perpetuated certain ideas in economics courses and in policy making and in decisions and in politics that were created in the 19th century or early 20th century, and we really need to re-examine those, because a lot of them, particularly this one with the inequality, is a necessary part, and at some point the GDP will somehow restore the balance, is just not true. And so this is the time for redesign. And so what does that redesign mean? It's very much about this opportunity and choice. As far as I'm concerned, again, this is the main thing that blockchain brings to the table. It's the main thing that Ethereum brings to the table. It enables opportunity and choice where there are none, or certainly very limited. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's the unbanked or it's people in developing countries. This is about anybody who right now is in a situation where things could be better, or they're, they should be thriving versus being trapped in a rat race or a debt-driven prison. And so the key ingredients for this is broadening the access. Again, we're talking, censorship. We're talking moving away from all of that, mobilizing people within their communities. This again comes back to the empowerment piece. I think the empowerment and giving individuals and communities the tools through which they can self-organize and they can transact value within their own communities, within their own spaces is very, very important. And then create the alternatives to deliver income and value, again, falling into that empowerment piece. And so making an impact, how have we seen that impact being made? And how I've certainly looked at all the different initiatives that I've worked on have been around these three main points. So the transparent funding is a big piece when we talk about impact. And this, of course, the example that I'm going to give, which a lot of you are familiar with, is around social and environmental impact. This transparency of fund flows is very, very important. One of the key things that we must remember is, for instance, corporate social responsibility is a trillion dollar industry, let's say, or vertical. All of those funds are transacted in complete darkness. You have no idea how they flow. You have no idea what they're being spent on. You have no idea whether they actually achieve the goals that they claim to want to support. And so adding the smart contract layer has that advantage of enabling broader and cheaper fund dispersal mechanisms. So if we think, and this was something that was discussed in a Andreessen Horowitz talk back in, I think it was ETH Berlin 2018, or maybe it was, I can't remember. But anyway, it was brought up that it is cheaper to fly a bag of money from Europe to the States than it is to actually transfer those funds via the banking system. It's quicker. If we were talking, I don't know. It's true. If we're taking a London to New York flight, you can do it in 6 hours. So me checking in a bag of money and flying it to New York, let's say I bought it early enough that I got it for, I don't know, $300 or something. It's infinitely cheaper and quicker than transferring it bank account to bank account. So in the realm of impact and in the realm of transacting funds and moving funds around, this becomes a key aspect, because again, the cost, but not just the cost. Let us remember how many countries are not part of the SWIFT network. If you're not part of the SWIFT network, you cannot do international bank transfers with all the fees and the time and all of that jazz. So for a lot of people, that's not even an option. And it's a crap option as it is. So this whole crypto flow really does redesign things and can have the potential of making things a lot better. I was actually talking to somebody from the World Food Program last year, and they said that in some cases, sometimes they have to tape money onto somebody to get them across a border. So even go into how dangerous that is, how insane that is, the fact that that is still happening in 2020 and where we are now. So the transparent funding is definitely a key piece. New means of income. So one of the things with new means of income right now, we have everything is very much drawn up into pretty black and white situations of you either have a job and you get paid, or you don't have a job and you don't get paid, and things are really crap. So being able to provide viable alternatives to the traditional jobs, and some of them that are phasing out, or some of them that are, not necessarily sustainable anymore, or that are evolving, again, begins to be a very, very interesting piece. And this, for me, of course, it stems from the work that I did with the Bounties Network. And co-founding Bounties Network was one of those things where I really saw it as a very, very flexible and very, very easily adoptable tool to provide this. And so being able to get resources or access to resources by completing certain projects, by completing certain tasks, and I'm going to show you what that means IRL, is, again, a pretty good game-changing opportunity. And then lasting change. This is the thing where we right now have, and again, it goes back to how economics has, kind of hypnotized us into this chase growth, which means you always think short term. If you're switching to a long-term thought pattern where you're talking about thriving, you're not talking about this growth at all costs, growth until we're blue in the face, regardless of what that means, it becomes something that you are looking at in terms of lasting change, and creating these frameworks to be able to involve individuals, involve communities into the running of things, and distributing the wealth rather than distributing income becomes a shift in the way things are done and the way people benefit from the system, rather than having to almost live with this, I drew the short straw and I was born or live in a country that doesn't have the same socioeconomical opportunities that others do. So hopefully that brings lasting change. And again, because we're talking about Impact IRL, for everybody who doesn't know about this project, we created the Bounties for the Oceans initially on World Ocean Day in 2018. The idea with it was to move the bounties concept and the mechanism of dispersing funds across other verticals rather than just the very, very developer, very open source focus that had been the kind of the primary use case for bounties when we created the standard bounties protocol. And so by expanding and going broad with bounties, we created this and wanted to see, okay, could this be a mechanism that helps redesign this model for social and environmental impact? So we launched this. We launched it in partnership with MakerDAO at the time. And the task was very simple. Submit verifiable proof that you have performed a cleanup, and we will reward you with some DAI. So rather than us asking individuals for money and then promising we're going to do whatever it is that we're going to do, we flipped it and said, hey, if you can prove that you've done this, you should get rewarded for your time and your contribution. And we waited to see what would happen. And so what happened was we started getting submissions from a lot of people and a lot of different regions. So different geographies. So we started getting submissions from across the US, from Europe, from Tasmania, from Australia. It was very, very broad. And the very interesting piece was that most of these people were not part of the crypto scene. They were not part of the ecosystem already, but they were curious about it. So they knew, or they saw something about crypto or about blockchain that was interesting, and this was a way for them, this was an in. earning crypto for doing something that we're passionate about already, I'm assuming, and being able to establish this kind of mechanism of earning for an activity, and very simply and very easily being able to earn without my needing to know, their bank accounts or their PayPals or their Venmos or heaven knows what else. And so we were very, inspired by this, and we thought, okay, this is great. And because we were a little bit masochistic, we've always been that way, and always wanted to get things in front of real users who would tell us, okay, this doesn't make sense, this is stupid, this is shit, why are you using this? We decided to create this pilot in the Philippines in 2018, at the very end, in December, because we wanted to see, okay, it's great that we have all of these individual contributions, but what would this look like within a community? And the community was a community of fishermen in that location. So they were in Manila Bay, and this particular La Papachea, as an acronym of that area that you see in the image, this was an area, a beach, and an area around Manila Bay. And again, most of the people there were fishermen. Now, of course, what is happening is the Philippines are the third most polluted country in the world. And what you see in this image with the trash, it's not far off what was happening on that beach. And what is happening because of that is obviously the fish populations are dwindling. So these guys who have been fishermen for generations go out, catch nothing. How are they supposed to support themselves? And what we thought was, okay, well, what if we work with them, onboard all of these guys onto a wallet, reward them for this cleanup that we're going to do across these 2 days, and see what happens. And so what happened, and because mentioning the kind of SDGs, these are just some that it would kind of potentially address, right? Particularly the sustainable communities, particularly climate action, the decent work and economic growth, and potentially education. Because again, if you are able to equip communities and individuals with the tools needed, you can then really expand the scope of what you're doing and what the different projects and initiatives and flows you can establish. And so I don't know if this will play, but I'm happy to share this afterwards. We actually filmed a documentary whilst we were there, just to show and chat about some of the issues, some of the blockers, some of the the hoops that we and everybody who participated had to go through. Again, I don't know if it will play, but we'll try, and you can tell me.
Do I remember correctly that Griff was involved with this as well?
Who's that?
Griff Green?
No.
He didn't have anything to do. Okay, that
did not. So
different cleanup project that he did.
Yeah. So this we did in partnership with Blockchain for Social Impact, and then Consensus supported us with some of the cash. But a really interesting piece about this, coming back to the transparent funding, is that after we put some money in, and obviously Blockchain for Social Impact put some money in, and I'm talking, a couple of thousand, to fund the bounty that these guys were fulfilling, we then started getting individual contributions, to the point where people were contributing straight into the bounty, a $5 worth of ETH, a $20 worth of ETH. I had a guy contact me on LinkedIn saying, I just finished a technical interview and I got paid $300 equivalent in DAI. Can I contribute it all to the bounty? And of course, we were doing it in ETH at the time, because we had a partnership with an organization on the ground called coins.ph, where the participants could exchange the ETH into Filipino peso. And I'm going to cover this in a second. And they didn't have ERC20 support at the time. So let me know if you can hear this and see it.
We can see it, but not hear it, but the undertitles are there.
Okay. So it's fine. I'm going to share a link in Discord about it to the trailer, and then also the full documentary if you want to watch it. But the idea here was that we had the rewards in ETH, but it was very, very important to make sure that they were convertible in pesos, in Filipino peso, because we didn't want to be in that situation where we would turn up, have them do all of this thing, give them some magic internet money that they had no way of offboarding. And so we partnered with these guys, coins.ph, who had a network in the Philippines that enabled people to pay for things in different shops and so on. And in their wallet, it's almost like a digital wallet. And in there, they could exchange the ETH into peso straight into in the coins.ph app, which was great. And it was one of the reasons why we chose the Philippines as well, because they were already there, and we knew that it was an important piece of the puzzle. And so because of this flow and because of these contributions that I mentioned earlier, you are essentially re-engineering the flow of money. You are no longer depending on a single organization to decide where the funds go, who gets paid. Is there a 20% that went to executives? Is there a 5% that went wherever? All of the money from the bounty that we set up for the Philippines went to the payouts. And people could see the submissions, they could see these verifiable proofs, which, by the way, were a little bit rustic. I think there's definitely a lot of work to still be done in that area involving AI and location and geolocation, but it was essentially a photo with the person, with the trash, with a date stamp, and the location, and then they would submit to the bounty. When we did this pilot in the Philippines, we obviously were there, so we're able to verify a lot easier. But what you're again saying is, could this model that is very lightweight and very efficient, because we were there for 2 days and then we left, but what happened was some of the people who were there on the 2 days continued fulfilling that bounty. We kept that bounty up for 6 months until we ran out of cash after this event. And some of those people continued to do regular cleanups because now they had the tools, they knew how it worked, they knew how to exchange the ETH into peso. Boom. So you are potentially looking at this long-term behavior shift that could involve the citizens, involve the individuals and the communities, and you are able to provide these new opportunities, provide these new choices for them. So in terms of environmental impact, it wasn't that huge, but we did this across 2 days, and actually we had put on the schedule from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. But the truth of it was that by 10:30 a.m., because there was so little shelter on this strip of beach, we had to stop at 10:30 because it got so hot. And so across the 2 days, we only cleaned for 2.5 hours per day. So we're talking 3.3 tons of trash gathered in 5 hours. So 2.5 hours one day, 2.5 another. And another big piece here is we also partnered with a recycling company on the ground to help us not only segregate the trash, but also recycle it. And you see more in the documentary how that worked. And again, this was a very, very important piece because we didn't want to have that situation where you would have a cleanup and then what are we going to do with all of these 3 tons of trash? They're just going to end up back on the beach.
Can I interrupt you with a question?
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the let's say user side or the earner side of it. Mm-hmm. How do you see this actually getting financed when it's not a grant structure finance? Mm-hmm. Okay, use the bounties for people to claim their payment for doing work. Mm-hmm. But where should the funding come from? Would that be state funding, or would that be an infrastructure replacement? That this is how state funding could result in cleaning up the environment?
So The very short answer is any of those things, because as I mentioned with this model, we had, if you think about it, we had institutional funding, so from companies, we had individuals funding it, but also I mentioned earlier the corporate social responsibility money. Now, if you were to establish this type of model, and again, there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that it's better, that it's quicker and whatnot, but as a model, you could apply it to several different initiatives, several different outcomes, and flow that money through something like this.
It's less of a technical question than it is a social one, though, right?
Yep. Absolutely. And this is a thing where actually this was a conversation that I had started with the authorities in the Bahamas at the end of last year, where they wanted to educate their citizens to recycle. So as a thing in the Bahamas, recycling is not a thing. Everybody just, there's a massive dump and everything goes there. And what they were thinking about is, okay, they were changing their the people they were working with for trash disposal, and they wanted to change the model as well. So one of the conversations that we were having is, can we educate people to start recycling by giving them small incentives, and then periodically give them a slightly bigger incentive for their community? And so what you're achieving there is you're achieving the transparency of funds, you're achieving potentially teaching people how to change their behavior, so a completely new way of doing things, and you are involving the individuals and the communities in the running of the system. And
I guess what I was asking was less so of the education question about a specific initiative, which in this case could be environmental, in another case could be health related or whatever. I was saying education about this type of bounty process being educated. Yeah. So
again, so what I was just saying with the authorities in the Bahamas, it would be the authorities in the Bahamas who would be doing this, right? They would employ this model or this tool to be able to achieve something that they wanted to achieve by teaching people by doing and rewarding them for doing something.
Okay,
and then,
so let me ask you an additional question, okay? Because
sure.
you're
and then just so I covered the funding piece, if you think they could use that whatever it is that they had funds allocated for trash disposal, they could use some of that money to support an initiative like this.
Okay, so the next question for me is then, what role or what advantage does blockchain authentication and immutable ledger so verification play in the role of this? Is it necessary, or couldn't this be done with a fiat process as well? What is the USP for this being done with tokenization?
So I think the main USP is that you would then enable people to tap into more opportunity once they're set up with a wallet, let's say, and once they know the flow. So for instance, the guys who participated in this Philippines cleanup then went on to fulfill other bounties that had nothing to do with trash. They did an art one, some of them that we had up. They did a research one where we were asking, wanted to get a sense of where people were who were fulfilling some of the bounties. So it, again, from this perspective, it broadens the horizon for opportunity. This is without the need for, again, having a bank account or being able to get transfers from I don't know what bank, or having all sorts of, let's say, Web2 or traditional payment methods in place, because a lot of these guys just didn't. Like, a lot of them didn't have bank accounts. So from that perspective of access to resource, that's the biggest piece. So the immutable and all of that, it's the dispersal of funds, the super quick dispersal of funds, and being able to have a transparent flow that would help with getting more funds in, let's say, because you could say, okay, well, for, again, taking the Bahamas as an example, that government could see where the money is going and could trace it and say, okay, and maybe we could give them some data based on that, where otherwise it would just be, well, I'm going to pay an institution and they're going to take care of all of that.
Did you have discussions with other governments?
No. So the Bahamas was an interesting one because I guess they're small enough that they would be game for something like this. But it's certainly something that is easily replicable. I think one of the main pieces is to do everything in a pilot situation first, with forward thinking enough or risk, let's say non-risk adverse enough countries to be able to stomach something like this, because for a lot of people it is something that's just way into the future, which it absolutely is. But I think you need these pilots in order to not only test out whether it works or not, but also inspire people and show people what is possible, because that's been one of the key issues that I have had in my career so far, is getting people to realize what is possible. And going to more, let's say, formal events with people not of the Web3 space, they still very much look at blockchain as a database, a slightly better database than the one that they use now, when the possibilities are so much greater. But you need to show versus tell. We know this from education. 60% of all information we digest is visual. Stories, that is how people can relate and can have an emotional response to a concept. Without,
I mean, and even to understand it, I think there's just concepts that we even struggle sometimes with. And
absolutely. Yeah. And again, the whole Bahamas conversation came because of this. You know?
No, I mean, and it's true that you need also to have the government, the right people for tests, right? Who are not, as you said, too risk averse, not too large countries. I mean, we've seen it also with COVID-19 and Taiwan, for example. They have developed solutions. I mean, in this case, there was no choice. They had to implement it right away. But everything was also an experiment, and so these are the type of sort of silver lining, I would say, of COVID-19 as well. These sort of things need to be shown right away. And going back to what you said, Simona, on because it also not only on the government, but it also depends on how you manage to change ETH into fiat currency. And you quickly mentioned the partner that was based in the Philippines, but I'm wondering how that is replicable, and because it's a big piece of the puzzle, and a lot of even DAOs are amazing ways to fund projects, but currently they govern these projects, but they're also limiting themselves to ETH holders.
So the piece with onboarding and offboarding is clearly one of the biggest pieces of the conversation. And again, it's very, very important to always look at partnerships and always look at the solutions before you start something. Again, this is very much about a re-engineering of the model, but in a very sustainable and responsible way, which is, again, one of the reasons why we we researched what the levels of pay were in the Philippines for that particular area for those particular people before we went. We didn't want to be in a situation where we turned up with hundreds of dollars and completely destabilize a certain balance that was there. You have to do all of these things very, very mindfully. But at the same time, you have to make sure that you have those models in place, or certainly you move towards making sure that those models are in place, because otherwise nobody else is going to come and use this stuff. It's going to be us, and it's going to be us again, and it's going to be more like us tomorrow. The idea is, if you are really
We're
going
talking to each other.
right, and this is exactly something that I am very, very wary of, and this is why I focus so much of my time on education, on creating examples, pilots, models for continuing that action and making sure that you have the examples to showcase what can be done, because otherwise you do not have that level of understanding from the outside. And so let me just go back a little bit to okay. So another, and I wanted to give you another example again, because we're talking about these offboarding situations, is actually an example that's with Pipo this time, which is the project that I work with now. It's this very, very simple example, and I have used it a lot because, again, it gives you that understanding that it isn't just one project that has this ability. It is actually the way you use it that can be incredibly powerful. So Brandon is a homeless guy who lives in Phoenix, Arizona. He became part of the Bounties Network community last year, and he started, he was going to the library, public library, and started researching or looking into crypto. And then he started completing bounties. One of the bounties that he completed was one of these trash cleanups. And actually, he had like these videos that he was submitting of him dragging out like shopping carts out of this river that runs through Phoenix. Anyway, he did an art one. That image is from an art bounty that he did that we had up with Super Rare. And anyway, at some point, he kind of stopped fulfilling bounties. So I messaged him and said, look, is everything okay? Are you okay? Do you need any help with anything? And he just mentioned, yeah, my laptop that I had, that somebody had given him, like a straggly old thing, had finally died a death. And so this was my third video that I had made on Pipo, and said, do I know anybody in Phoenix, Arizona who maybe has a laptop? Nobody was from Phoenix, but within 48 hours, so I posted this on Friday night, by Sunday, I had over $250 in Pipo coins that people had sent me, had liked on the video. So again, Pipo, the way it works is the likes are actually money. So it's a layer 2 app that essentially rewards people for their content, and people, instead of just liking, do microtransactions. So 48 hours, $250 that I gathered from people, and then within the app you have a store, and I was able to exchange the Pipo tokens into an Amazon voucher straight in the app. Again, this offboarding, very, very important. And so I changed it into an Amazon voucher, sent him the code. He, I don't know, spent maybe another day choosing a laptop, got it delivered at an Amazon pickup point in Phoenix, Arizona, and then the local library lets him store it overnight so it doesn't get stolen or damaged. Again, it's, if you think what I would have needed to do, I mean, obviously I could have just forked out $250, got him an Amazon voucher, and sent him the code. But the crowdsourcing, the ability to gather money from people all over the world, regardless of whether they have Venmo or PayPal or accounts or non-accounts or whatever, is huge. the fact that this whole operation happened within this 48-hour period, with my just having to put this video out, it was a 30-second video that I put up, and be able to achieve this in such a short space of time is important. And it can be completely game changing, because again, you offer opportunity and choice, and you're enabling these flows of funds to circulate in a much better way than they do right now, and in a much more supportive way than they do right now. And this is, again, it's a very interesting and very powerful case, but you could apply it to any other dynamic of exchanging value. You could apply it to communities supporting each other. You could apply it to individuals within that community supporting each other. So there's a lot of different dynamics that this enables. And again, it isn't just one tool. You can actually have this as a widespread thing. It's just that we need to start putting these out there for real people to use. And the reason why I mentioned this is actually the Blockchain for Social Impact Incubator just finished, and we had the winners announced on Earth Day on Wednesday. And these are some of the projects that are being built. So Wolfpack is all about homelessness and solving this terrible problem through a better flow of funds, through a better way of retraining people or getting them back or rehabilitated or making their way back into society. CO2can is about carbon and how we offset it, even with the smart contracts and all the CO2 that whole situation brings into play. And it's something that I get asked all the time, particularly when I'm doing all of these environmental things. They're like, yes, but Ethereum consumes X amount of electricity. How do you justify that? Here, this could be a very, very good option. And these guys, if you follow them on Twitter, I think they have the same handle. You can see their progress, and they're doing some great things. Solidarity Card, again, is all about this idea of how we can move away from the cash and how we can, again, enable better flows of money. And then KeysDAO was about these neighborhoods and how they can share tools and skills and help each other out in a much more connected way, in a much more value driven way. So
can I ask you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't. I saw like this name. I haven't really had time to look through them. But do you believe that these projects like kind of solve the bridge between like Ethereum and the outer world per se, and that they can scale, or are we still at like the proof of concept, like very much like within the Ethereum community?
I think they have the potential, but I think one of the main things that we need to remember is all of these guys need to then go into to continue being able to build these things. So CO2can, again, taking them as an example, they started at ETH London. And it was one of those great projects that basically used App Hero, which is the non-code or low-code solution to be able to get this this project off the ground. And then
we're having Denison tomorrow actually talk about App Hero.
Yes. So this is a great opportunity for people who have ideas to quickly set something up. But again, once you set it up, or you, let's say, set the foundations, you must have enough funding opportunities or enough opportunity to tap into certain fund giving situations that you continue building. Because let's face it, in a lot of hackathons, it's a weekend project that then gets dropped, right? Because people have day jobs, they have things to focus on to earn money, and so on. But these types of things, and again, it shows me very clearly as a parallel between the ability to get involved in something that makes sense very, very clearly and very simply like we were doing these trash bounties, people understand that. They understand what it is, the fact that there's a reward attached to it, the fact that you have to do it's very, very simple. Nobody is talking about decentralization. Nobody is talking about cryptography. Nobody is talking about hashes. Nobody is talking about any of that. It's a very simple model. You do something, I'll reward you. Yes, there is the small explanation of, okay, what is cryptocurrency? But at the end of the day, it is another type of money. And until we get to that point where everything is as simple as that, or certainly an easy in for people who can then go off and explore other things, of course. And that is a very, very important piece, because once you have a wallet, you can go and explore things. And it's also one of the reasons why I've always done things on this earn as you learn model, because once you do things and once you get these small rewards, you are already a crypto hodler, technically. Right? You have it. You know what it is. It's no longer a concept. It is in your wallet that you've just set up. And you have done something on a decentralized application. This carries a lot of weight. And again, it brings it from a conceptual place to a practical place. So the very short answer is yes, they have potential. But we need to enable all of these different paths for people, and we need to make them a lot clearer. And that's something that I try to work a lot on, is how can we enable those flows for anyone to have a certain path to come in and explore and then decide what they want to do. And I think that was me done. Let's see.
Can you tell us about oh, sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, that was it. This is like,
no,
yeah, tell me.
No. I mean, I'm personally would be interested. I mean, and as you know, about hearing about the plans and like what you have in mind for the PayPal app, because
Yes.
as you rightly said, like most of projects, like when they start on something and then they end up being, at least for successful projects, they are flexible enough to be able to redirect the attention and change even completely from what they were supposed to be at the beginning. So somehow I feel like PayPal app is a little bit like that. Like it's agile enough to adapt to the community, and I really like the organic way that like these are also experimentation, so they have to be agile. So would love to hear more.
So with PEPO, it's a very interesting concept, and also it's very, very user friendly, and it's one of those applications that was very much built with the user in mind, with the end user in mind, which means the onboarding flow is super quick. There are no transaction fees because we're talking about layer 2, and then you have the offboarding. You can exchange that crypto into IRL value. And because we have to abide by Apple Store regulations right now, you can exchange them for gift vouchers, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Uber Eats, whether it's Airbnb, Netflix, whatever. There's a lot of opportunities, and I'd encourage everybody to check it out, because again, you're making that transition from something that is over here that you can't necessarily go to your local store and buy things with, but you can have a reward in real life. Now, it's very interesting from the perspective of users from different backgrounds, so different archetypes of users. One of the main things that we're seeing it evolve with right now, as we have the lockdown, a community got created with life in coronavirus or during coronavirus, where there's loads of people sharing their experiences, what they're doing, how they're coping, what's happening in their countries, and so on, and sharing it with the community. There's another one that we started, Makoto from Kickback set up this event where you stake money and you have to do 20 push-ups every day for 30 days. The Dragon Quest Hackathon community.
Oh yeah, I saw it and I did not register.
Is now a fitness kind of app. it's basically you're going into all of these different use cases, but at the end of the day, it's all about sharing things with the community, and it's all about how you are getting value out of it and how
Simone,
you're
you
sharing that.
accidentally muted your camera, by the way.
Oh yeah. So it's an interesting one, and also what I'm seeing is, for instance, because we just launched People Live and a 90-second option for the videos. Now, one of the best things about that for the push-ups was that people were finding 30 seconds way too short to be able to do 20 push-ups, depending on what level of fitness we're in. So now they have 90 seconds. It's much more comfortable. But also, I'm seeing a lot of people condense messages about a bigger piece of content that they're sharing, and they're doing the TLDR and then linking to a broader piece of content. Again, very, very interesting, because we're all like, our attention is pulled in 10,000 directions at all times. Maybe I do just want a TLDR, but maybe I want it in a visual way. Another thing that we're doing is we've started, and again, in partnership with the guys at Metacartel for Dragon Quest, we're doing these People Live education sessions for the hackers with all the different sponsors. And we're launching it straight in the Dragon Quest community. So people just head to the Dragon Quest community, they have a button and it says join live session, and voila. And so the use cases of sharing information and sharing knowledge and sharing experiences, that's what you're seeing. And at the end of the day, Ethereum is as much is equal parts technology and community. It's very, very important for us to make sure that we evolve this with humans in mind, where you go from a one-dimensional view of human beings that certainly these current economical models or Web 2 models have us in. You're only going to get rewarded for this particular skill set that you have, that you are employed for, and nothing else, because that's just the way it is. And opening it up and broadening it to the point where we are 360-degree individuals and could be getting value out of a lot of different things.
Well, that's happened more in the barter community, right? So I mean, you barter all of your additional human skills that you have by doing things for other people and people doing things for you. It's more a tokenization of the existing barter sort of culture, I would say.
Potentially, it's an evolution of it.
Yeah.
Because again, yes, you want it to be something that is, yes, it applies to your very, very close-knit community, but also the broader global playing field, right? You want to be able to take that value with you across all of these different spaces. And that's what.
Portability.
Yeah. And it's huge. It's very, very important.
Cool. Man, your slides rock. The content rocks. It is such a pleasure, man, every time to do something together with you, Simona. Thank you so much, man, for your
and thank you so much for having me. Again, I'll share the documentary link and so on in Discord. Feel free to ask me any questions. We definitely learned a lot. So any kind of questions you have about the ins and outs of potentially doing something regarding SDGs or solving those, I'm there for answers if I can give them.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is very, very great to see. I'm definitely going to use the IRL impact hashtag everywhere now. Because it's much better than even just local impact, but it's it's very refreshing as well to see like examples and concrete things that are done. So yeah, I don't know if anybody else has questions. I know we talk a lot with Michael, but anybody else? Then we'll keep talking.
We
Well,
can
yeah, I
take
mean,
them
we've
in
got three
Discord.
minutes here, and our next mentor is who?
It's Lily, who did
Yes,
the amazing design of East TURIN and East Berlin and Ethereum Foundation for some work. Yeah, in a few minutes.
it's all about UX, so that's an important one as
Yes,
well,
sorry,
because
yeah.
that's how we
Given the
get
topic.
to where we want to get to. But yeah, thank you so much. Grazie mille. And I will see you all very soon and see you in Discord.
Yeah. Oh, and Lily is coming, so but yeah, see you on Discord.
See you later.
I feel like we should have a Discord party.
We should. There isn't one.
It's not so great for, they should step it up a little
Parties.
bit, I feel
Hey.
like.
Yeah.
And
Yay! There's Lily.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Yes, I'm still on time.
Yes, I can
Can
pass
you
the
can you
screen.
click on the three buttons in the bottom right hand corner and put your name in as well, so that we have your name?
Yes. Speaker stat view shortcut settings. Which one?
So
More
in the Jitsi window right now, in the bottom right hand corner, there's three dots, and that opens up settings, and then there's a place for you to
Settings. Okay. Settings. Okay.
and then the top one is to enter your username.
Okay. I couldn't. Okay. I found this three dots, and then I found settings, but there's nothing in settings.
Not settings. So go back at the top when you first click on the three dots. The top one is
me is the me one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
Wow! Look at all the people coming in to hear.
This is. I thought this is supposed to be a mentoring, so I made like super short slide, but then I want to hear if people want to ask questions and so on. So
yeah, definitely discussion is also great. I think there's a lot to learn from everybody.
Yeah, sure.
And but we can give one more minute, to get set up. And I'm gonna tell people on Discord that you're starting. And I always have mini heart attacks, so I might have contacted you on every single channel that I had.
No worries at all. No worries.
Oh my god!
Everything is fine. I just realized last minute maybe I shouldn't come in my pajamas, but that's it. Sorry for the friction I created.
All right, let me put it on our Discord.
Okay, let me open the window. 1 second.
Hope everybody else is doing fine and getting lunch or sandwich or something. I'm still with my breakfast. It's still nighttime in New York, so it's still.
Oh wow! What time is it now in New York?
It is 7 a.m. So soon will be
Good time for breakfast.
Good time for breakfast. I mean, it's I literally when I woke up at 3 a.m. I was like, should I get a drink or should I get coffee? I was a little confused, but now it's definitely breakfast. So
I'll soon to be breakfast for you.
yeah. But cool. All right. Well, I guess we can start. I spread the word in Discord. We also have people watching on the live stream when they don't want to, interact with us. So understood as well. The floor is yours, Lily. Maybe I'll do a short intro so the talk is going to be on UX UI. And Lily would share her experience having worked with many dApps and many different Ethereum organizations on this very important subject, and sometimes too much overlooked, I would say. And Simona, before you joined, I think did a great intro as well, saying that to have an impact in other communities and other like a bigger, larger impact, like UX UI will definitely be one of the a deal breaker to make it or break it. And anecdote is that, anecdote, no, I'm actually wearing your design for ETH Berlin.
Oh
right?
my God.
And so so you've been involved in many awesome design projects, and I would say the best one is definitely TURIN. We were joking that the forms, like like the organic forms of the design that Lily made for TURIN were very much looking very organic, but also a little bit like germs. And I have to make this disclaimer that this was done before COVID-19. Like this had no relationship whatsoever, but even more so like impact like after everything that's happening. So thank you, Lily. I think there's everybody has been raving about that. Every time I see it, I love it. And I wish we had a physical event to make swag, and I will still make post-conference swag when I have a bit more time for us to keep and wear your design. So contact me if you want one. And Lily, the floor is yours.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for the intro, and thanks for organizing this. I think you have heard it 200 times. I'm just going to jump right into the topic. So I will share my screen now. 1 second. Yes. Yeah. You guys can see it, right?
Yep, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So today, as a mentor, I want to start with this topic, like intuitive user experience, because I think in the area of Web3 that we are all in right now, we haven't talked about this like so much at all, right? Like we were talking about good user experience, and all of this Web3 user experience, how are the differences, from the Web 2 one, but then we didn't talk so much about like how intuitive is supposed to be, or what is initially like intuitiveness in this sense. So I have like a very high level kind of the summary from my experience, that I think there are so many like factors that we could think about, but one of these that I will present you today, I think is one of like the most used and the most like important. So first, I think we can talk like quickly about what is intuitive UX design, right? So a lot of people like there are no agreed one definition about this, but a lot of people would refer intuitive UX design to the designs which is so easy to use, that when you turn on, like open this app, and you just kind of know where to go already, what to do. Okay, you want to do this, how you achieve that, and also something that user can understand immediately. However, this is not come without a caveat, right? So a lot of people said that, okay, when you make a UX design for applications intuitive, it means that you leave only little room for experimentation, right? Because of course, if you take like the priority that user coming in and they want to be able to use it right away, so of course if you introduce new pattern of design, then it's not going to be possible, right? It's not going to be intuitive. And then I think in our like universe, Web3 universe, we kind of somewhere in between. Of course, we introduce like a novel design pattern, but on the other hand, we also want like adoption as well. We also want like a lot of people as much as possible to benefit from this everything that we actually offer, blockchain offers, right? Like immutability, transparency, and all these things. So yeah, we kind of have to juggle in between. The last point is, well, it's been in a discussion for a while with intuitive UX is a feature of design or is just a characteristic of design. I myself leaning towards the characteristic, because I feel that to design something intuitive, it's not like a feature. Like you cannot putting it like in later, and remove it. It's not possible. It's not like features, but it's more like the characteristic of design that since from the first that you think, okay, I'm going to design this app, I'm going to make it intuitive. Like it has to come from the very beginning. It has to be, woven into this texture of how the design of your app would look like. Yeah. So there are a few laws that I will introduce to you today that I think it's really make the app more intuitive. So the first one is Fitts law. I'm sure some of you have heard already if you're kind of in this UX design nerd. So basically Fitts law is saying that the time to acquire a target is a function of the distance and size of the target, right? So basically this means that the time of to acquire the target, like in the app, let's say you want to click a button, for example, is depending on the distance and the size of the target, right? So if you read all these content ABC and then you want to take action, and let's say from that point on that you finish the content and then the action button is somewhere like I don't know where, far away, well, that wouldn't fit to Fitts law. Basically, it would extend it, right? Or the size as well is also, you have to take into consideration the context. Maybe more user use your app from mobile phone, for example. And then, therefore, they're not so precise in how to act towards the target, right? Because maybe they're walking down a move, they're on the U-Bahn, and so on and so forth. So you have to make the target, which is in this case the button, bigger, or the drop down, or whatever that you want to make, right? So like in a nutshell, I would say that area, distance, and size of the CTA matter. So yes. So the second law is Hicks law. Hicks law says that the time it takes to make a decision increases with the number and complexity of choices. I think you guys know this, have heard this like a million times. And yet when we design an application, a lot of people actually didn't think about this, right? It's not that they forget about it, but I think it's not a priority for a lot of people, on the contrary, I think it's very, very important and make your UI much more intuitive, right? Because the goal of you building an app is that you want people to take like certain actions, right? And at the end, if the app provides like very good information and so on and so forth, but then people just fail to take actions, and that would raise a lot of question already. So this basically in practice, we would say that the simpler the better, and if you cannot make it simpler than it is, right? So highlights is your best friend. So you just have to highlight it. You have to bold it. You have to make people be able to scan and dissect your content very quickly. Also, you have to design in a way that it helps minimize cognitive load, right? And this could be done in many, many ways. Like it could be, if, for example, when you do an app like onboarding for the new app, right? Let's say, okay, this is a wallet app, and then you want someone who basically doesn't know so much about Web3 Ethereum to be able to onboard that, right? Instead of you telling them 10 steps to do in, let's say, 2 screens, maybe you can split them, right? To just make it simple and, make them to not really have to focus on this for 20 minutes, right? Maybe adding some visual, actually adding some visual icons whatsoever. It actually helps a lot for people to, not really just, okay, look at this super dense text. Any questions so far? No, makes sense. Okay. So the third one is Yeah, it's ABD law, which is like anything but a drop down. I mean, one can say this is depending on the test and side, the developers and the designers as well. But I would say if it's not absolutely necessary, like you don't need to use a drop down, because drop down, it's really not like, it's not so good with mobile. Because, you know, like when you do something on mobile, like you don't really have so much time, you know, you usually don't like focus very much on mobile, you know, and then having to scroll very long drop down is one of the worst control, if you would think of, like in terms of UX, right? Like we have so many controls, so we have 12, 15 controls, you know, like radio button, checkbox, just, you know, like a lot of them. But drop down is something that I would use with yeah, I have reservation in terms of using drop down. But anyway, so but you may ask like why is bad, even though you see it so often, is that first there are too many clicks needed, right? First you have to like, okay, locate the drop down. You have to say, okay, let's imagine if you have 3 fields of drop downs which are in date, month, and year, right? So instead of you just type things in, you just have to, you know, scroll 1 to 31 like dates, right? So it's pretty long. You have to choose it, and too many options, and sometimes it's like jumping like back and yeah, like and whatnot. Also too many clicks, of course, too many options, and the third is hidden options, right? I mean, of course, if you're talking about drop down in a way like it's months and dates is fine, but I mean there are like many other drop downs that you don't even know what are the options available, and then you just have, you know, it's kind of hiding like inside, so it's not really good control. Yeah, this is like the sample of what I think it actually matters a lot, and people didn't really like, you know, think about this. Yes, so there's so many rules. So yeah, so the time. Let's talk about your app, and I'm happy to answer your question. Yes.
Any question? Because I have one, but I want to let people get a shot.
Go for it.
All right, I'll go for it. I have a question on what do you think about mobile first, like designing, you know, an app versus like the website. I mean, I'm more coming from, you know, like is there most of the time like a simplicity decision because it's like easier to develop on a browser, or other decisions that are made like that, because there's so few like mobile first wallets or mobile first, like, you know, even blockchain like NFT marketplaces, and that it feels like it should be more of them. So I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree because like nowadays, if it's not like just, you know, like for work, I mostly would be on mobile, right? Because I can use it like anywhere, and it's like getting so much faster. The screen is getting bigger, and you know, all these things. So I think mobile is, of course, is going to be the future. I mean, it's already our present. But then one insights that I have been working with a few like blockchain focused companies are that there are different type of users. You know, when you actually see from analytics, okay, there are a lot of users coming from mobile. Like there are some platform that, a lot of users like coming from mobile on their web application, and that was just, should we like, you know, develop a mobile app, for example, right? But then in reality, most users that come from mobile is actually coming from the ICO phase, right? So they are like investor, you know. So for example, if you have a project and I'm going to focus on developer right now, right? So maybe it's kind of like it's a false positive, right? Like that you have people coming from mobile. You look at analytics and say like 68% from mobile, let's do a mobile app. But maybe those people are not developers. If you know, like if you plan to do the developer like focus app, they are like investor. So it depends. Like you can, I definitely pro mobile, but then the question is that which feature of the app, or you know, what type of app that should be on mobile, because a lot of blockchain projects, most user also like entering from desktop.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No, so because I mean that was a real question we were having for like NFT like art projects. So when you see like all the blockchain based marketplaces like the OpenSea, Super Rare, Non-Origin, they all started with kind of a marketplace like on a browser and like a straight up website, and it's, I guess it's not so much like a problem that's specific to blockchain dApps, because even now with like the amount of like websites and things that are going up online, it feels like like a mobile first experience, especially for these NFT marketplaces, would make so much more sense to like have like push notifications, and again, like this is not super technical people that like are the users. I mean, they still need to have a wallet and be connected, but there was really just one experiment that was done, and that was very well done, which it was called Additional, and they kind of died in the crypto winter because they don't quite have a business model. But the way they were doing it with push notification, like everybody was really active. Like I would respond to every push notification on that site, when I would totally forget to go on like the other like web based marketplaces. So
Lily, can I ask you to stop sharing your screen so that we can
okay,
instead of your slide?
Yes, 1 second.
That's
good. Can I? Is it like kind of cancel it, or
what? Everything's good now.
It's good now. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, awesome.
What I was going to say is it's an interesting one because, like you were saying, it depends on the users. But for instance, without a mobile wallet at that cleanup in the Philippines, we wouldn't have been able to onboard people. And also, if you think of the ability to, but on the flip side, something like education, you can't really do on mobile. You kind of want that desktop environment for a workshop or a discussion and things like that. There's arguments for both sides, but I would say that one of the things that we were thinking about at one point, and this is very relevant with people, right? I can just take my phone out and create a piece of content without needing to be in front of my laptop. But one of the things,
turn your camera on, please, Simona, because you're talking.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Sorry, that's what I'm here for.
So,
director, yeah.
So, and that was one of the really interesting things that we were going to do with bounties, to have those push notifications where actually, depending on where you were, based on your skill set, you would get notifications that there's bounties happening around you that you could tap into. So yeah, it does definitely depend on the audience.
I have push notifications turned off on everything.
Everything, yeah.
Me too.
Everything.
100%.
I'm very connected, but push notifications are just for me like an absolute hell. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I think fellow Spencer want to say something. Fellow Spencer.
Oh, I was just agreeing on push notifications, but I did have my hand raised for a while to ask you if you could explain Fitts law again, because I missed that.
Okay, Fitts law. So Fitts law is basically the law that said that when you design, all these CTA, either like the inputs or like, buttons and so on and so forth, you should also think about how big it is, how far it is, so that in the sense that how long it is for the user to be able to acquire that. Right. So basically, Fitts law, it says that the time to acquire a target is a function to the distance and the size of the target. So like basically the time to, complete the CTA, it's actually depending directly on the distance of the CTA and also the size of the CTA. But then the size of the CTA is something like, Well, it's actually depending on the context, right? Like I mentioned earlier, if it's mobile, you need to make buttons like big. You need to make CTA input whatsoever like big, because people don't really have, like precision, and they like have a small screen and so on and so forth. But on desktop, you wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do like a huge I don't know, CTA. But on the desktop, you should also maybe think more about like the region of the CTA, for example. If you have the informations of this action, then you should also put the CTA like really right next to it. But right next to it, what does it mean? Like, does it mean like below or above? It also depends on.
It means where my thumb is on a mobile.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, that's a pretty key one.
Yeah.
This is a gut feeling as a designer,
Yeah. And there's like also a debate between Android designer and like iPhone designer, because iPhone designer is something like that, like when you have two buttons together, like cancel and yes to something, like yes and no, basically. So you would have yes on the right side, I think, and then no on the left. But then for Android, you will have yes on the left and no on the right, because Android would say that yes should come first, because when you read, right, like as according to like Western like alphabet, you read from left to right. So the first thing should come from the left. But then I think Apple say that like this thing is closer to your thumb. I mean, this is like
it's like Apple's. It's the Apple versus the Microsoft mentality. I can't use any Microsoft products myself. Because I've been on Apple since 1983. But can I ask you then your professional opinion about the implementation of your design in inner space?
Oh, wow. Okay. I actually didn't implement that. I designed this blobs, right? Yeah, I have to say that I like it. This is so ridiculous.
So let's talk about that in an implementation. So you just basically made a brand identity, and we implemented it in the idea of inner space. What are your criticisms or your approval of the user experience of inner space?
Okay, user experience with inner space. I really like it. I really like it for like a few reasons. Like first is that I think it's very, very simple. And then that is what we need most of the time today, right? It's basically you come onto this landing page, I would say for a certain event, and then you have like you know exactly where you want to go in one place, and I think it's awesome. And a lot of
share
applications that.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna share my screen now so people can see it. Okay?
Yes.
At the same time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. I think it's simple. It's very cool. If I would have one comment, it would be that
I hope you have more than one. Come on, man. You're you're
I would perhaps because one of each like blob stands for like the room, right? Or the track. I would probably put a text on top. Yeah. So the text now only appears when you hover on top, which I understand because it just makes all these things like aesthetically more appealing. But I would put the text already before hover, so then people don't have to hover around and see what it is. And that's it. That's it.
Then let me share my screen. Let me call it up first. I hope I got this Earl right. Hang on a second. Yeah. This is bad. I'm an idiot. Good. So I will share my screen, and it's in a different browser. So this is the design for the Solidity Summit for space. Oops. No, that's not it. Here we go. So actually, we did that on Solidity Summit.
Well, yeah, this is perfect. This is this is cool. Yeah. Oh wow, this is all these like glitches, like amazing.
Yeah, SVG glitch is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here we go also about action notifications. So another thing that we did is to use system notifications, browser notifications instead of pop-ups. Do you have an opinion about that in terms of usability?
You mean like you use like in-browser notification or pop-up?
Yeah.
Right?
What is your opinion about in-browser notification or system-level notification styling versus branded styling?
Yeah, I think in-browser notification is actually pretty good. On the because usually like people have different platform and software and whatever, right? But I mean, if the type of notification that you have is the standard of the browsers, I think you already fixed like a lot of problems already. Because there are like, if you would, for example, there are also companies which is like providing notification API, right? And then you can basically like customize a lot and so on, which is fine, which is also cool, right? If you could customize a lot of stuff, but you also need to look into those details. Okay, whether accessibility is already there or not, because maybe some people like they, for example, browsing the website or the app using tab, for example, or those hard of hearings, they require the voice interface. And if you use the thing that is already like the standard of the browsers, they already have that
accessibility and usability standards, W3 on website stuff.
Totally. Yes. Yes.
And
I think it's very important.
That many designers don't actually consider, and particularly app designers, right? Is the accessibility guidelines.
Yes. Yes. And I mean, there are like so many things, so many tiny, small things, right? For example, this is not really related to notification, but I just want to give one short example was, for example, when we build the website, when you like go into HTML tag, right? They are like the specific tag, like H1 tag, whatever, right? And most of the time nowadays, because we have such a super fancy button, when you code button in HTML, you just use div, for example. You just use div tag for button because it's much easier to style. And this is actually very bad practice. You definitely have to use button tag for all buttons on the website, because if you use div tag, for someone who, let's say, have not so good eyesight and they really want to navigate using tab will skip the div tag. It will not. Yeah, so that person will never ever get to the CTA. For example, I mean, it's a tiny small thing, but these are the things that people should also think more.
Well, I guess what we could say is that there's a huge crop of people now that are coming into application design that are not necessarily coming from web standard design, where all of those things matter, right?
Yeah. It's an occupation which has a low barrier to entry. So I think that's the beauty of it. But I think it's also to be like maybe like an okay designer is also worth to take some few days to actually like go into this and see what you can do. I think that would make a difference.
So here I got another question for you. Okay, so I'm like really curious about your path. Where did you start in design actually? And because I know where you are now, super present in our community. But where did you start in design? Was it print or was it web or where?
Yeah. So first, I actually started. So I did like a master design degree in London, and I was then focused on production. So I was basically in advertising. Before I was in production house, like basically those companies which like produce like a film.
Make money as an artist, advertising.
Yeah, advertising is so shit. Yeah, but then first I was in a production company, so I was the first AD, is the first assistant director. So I was like the one with speakers running around. Everyone got really annoyed with me, that kind of person. And then after that, I moved to advertising agency, and I was a creative. I was an art director, and then I was focused more on the prints. On prints and TVC. So there are two main things. And after that, I got really tired of advertising world, selling shampoos. So
I have an agency with 40 employees. So.
Oh gosh, like my account was Unilever. So I mean, what the products they have, and it's just like
I have accounts like that too.
It's something like that.
That's why it is that I have all these beautiful gardens that everybody pays attention to on Twitter. Is that I sold the agency and literally moved into a farmhouse with my cat for 3 years.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So.
Oh gosh, I envy you.
No, yes, that was quite many years ago. So, what do you think is are the primary skill sets for being an online website or application developer that people need to have? What are the 3 toolboxes or skill sets that?
Okay. So first, I think it's as a designer, it's important that you take do everything with focus on users. I think first is very important, right? Because if you let's say building a portfolio site for yourself, it's kind of it's for yourself as well, right? But if you being hired to design an app and so on, I think you have to be able to, you have to have sympathy, right? You have to understand users. You have to have an urge of okay, if I don't know anything, then I maybe should ask user, and how should I do this? Should I just conduct a survey or just having face-to-face interview? So first, I think it's important to be able to think of user first, to be able to have sympathy to those people who are gonna use affect by your design first. Second, I think it's kind of important that you be able to use all the tools coming in and frameworks, know what it is like, especially if you're freelance. I know this is kind of sounds this is a surface thing, right? But I think it's very important because nowadays, also in design, there are many new frameworks, many new tools coming out all the time. And, you need to be able to understand where is your position at this, right? I mean, you need to, if there are nice tools and good framework that fit into your project, it would be beneficial for you to be able to use that, with a very little onboarding time. And third, I think third is very debatable, but I think you should be able to at least to code a little bit, to be able to code a little bit, at least. I mean, if your design is focused on applications, if you're doing something that you have to hand over to developers, you need to kind of understand at least, minimum, you need to understand what would be an impact, for a developer receiving whatever you hand over, let's say, right? And I think
that was a follow-up question there. So the need for code. Where did you get that as part of your education, or did you have to learn by doing?
I learned all by myself. So I just learned it. I just think it's first it started off as I was very curious about it, right? Because I just design, and it's very static kind of process, and I wanted to get into interaction design, and of course you need to be able to code a little bit, and I just here and there, and I think and once I can kind of do it, and then I think it's really important, and I think every designer should be able to do it. It's not that difficult. I think just spend some time. To learn.
So here's another one of those elephants in the room. Do you design for yourself? Because you're talking about having empathy and sympathy for users. How many designers do you think design for themselves, and how many people, or how do you get over not designing? I know that I design for myself.
That's almost a therapy question.
No, it's really a professional. It's really a professional question, stepping out of yourself. I think so.
Yeah. No, I think it's true. It's very difficult, especially as a designer, right? Because a lot of times people want to work with you because maybe they share your aesthetic, right? Because maybe they like your style, apart from the fact that, you did those and here, and they like the usability part. But I think it's very difficult to separate. And therefore, that's why I said that we have to somehow, you somehow in the workflow, and then you kind of have to stop to think. Like I also have to do it many times. Okay, is this the thing that people actually, going to be the best for people who are using it or not? And to answer actually the question, I design for myself. I think I have two points on this. So design for myself is, in the process of design, right? I design and then I see like the outcome, and then I like the style, I like how it looks, I like how it moves around. And this is one thing. And the second, even though at the end of the process, it may not be, okay, I may do something different, but I end up doing something that I think is better for user, I still enjoy the process of design. Like something that, like simple tasks well done, right? When you do a knitting work, before you finish the knitting work, you have this time like that you kind of repeat like this process, and then somehow for me it feels very satisfying.
So design's more of a process for you, or are you a person that actually like builds a wireframe and has a structure and fleshes it out, or are you more like me where I start at one point and end up somewhere which I recognize is better by trial and error, that doesn't necessarily incorporate my original vision? Where are you on that spectrum?
I think it's a combination of both, though. I think it's a combination of both. I think it's definitely when I work on a very tight deadlines with companies, I need to be able to tell them, okay, these are my process, right? So then they can follow up. Okay, so what is it? Do we need this here and there and the next one? So they can prepare the materials. I think it's very important. But on the other hand, I also like maybe more similar to you in that sense that, I start somewhere, but at the end, if I found my initial thought is not, the most optimal choice to go, I'm also happy to just, redo the whole thing and, like kind of end up somewhere totally different. I think it's a mixture of both, but yeah.
So another one from advertising experience, how many choices do you offer a client?
I think like the amazing choices. 3 choices. But
and
the
they
question
always choose the worst one, right?
Yeah, and they usually come back with the one that they proposed. But yeah, I mean, that was many years ago that I offer like 3 choices. Nowadays, I offer most of the time 2 choices at the beginning, and then later we work together to improve that, that direction. Some of my friends nowadays, they're like, no, we don't do pitches. We don't give choices. It's like, I think it's becoming more of instead of designers creative like pitching for, hey, can you select this, right? We more like wanted to make this more holistic in a way that okay, we really want to understand what you want, and we work together to make it the best as we can.
In Austria, when I was doing advertising in Austria, you got paid for pitches. And then I was in 2002 as a creative director in an advertising agency there. And they were doing pitches, and I was like, and then they're doing revisions. I'm like, you guys are charging for the revisions, right? And on the pitches, and they're like, what? We don't even charge for the pitch. And I was
my God.
What?
No free pitches. No free pitches.
I had a question on like actually on your different experiences. So you worked in advertising and non-blockchain design world and blockchain like dApps and kind of wanted to ask you about like specificities of what you've seen like being different in blockchain, in good or bad, I guess.
Yeah, I think definitely is more room for experimentation. People here are, there are also different target groups, like because most users of like blockchain based apps are crypto native, I would say at this stage, most of them. And so they have more open mind, they have like room for errors that allow a higher margin of errors. And of course it comes with experiment, right? If you experiment with something, you're trying to introduce something new, we're not gonna get it the first time. Yeah. So I think it's more like creativity, more room to experiment, and definitely yeah.
No, it's interesting. We're do you know Matt Condon and AJ Adams?
Oh, yeah.
So at East Berlin last summer, they did a project called Dot Gallery, which was a new way to show digital art online. And with everything that's happening with the art market and COVID-19, like they kind of put it back on the table, and we're developing the interface further with them to make a digital art fair happening in June.
Oh, wow.
So this is not blockchain based, so it doesn't have like so much of the token aspect and everything, but it's definitely a new way to show art, and not only digital. Actually, it can be any type of art online, and trying to, you know, like do something different, and but for a very conservative audience.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. I mean, it's also like challenging because they had a prototype right at East Berlin, but we're pretty much finalizing the product with them and the platform, and so we have 2 months pretty much to do that.
Oh, wow.
And it's kind of, where do you put the line of like introducing new ways to navigate that are cleaner, that are more like online native, that is not like just a stupid bench in front of an artwork, you know, like to show the scale and just scrolling through artworks, but and where do you draw the line of like, this needs to stop because it's too much or it's not enough. And we're doing a lot of user testings, obviously, that's like, you know, to get answers, but there's so many different actors in the art market, from like people who are like, I don't know where my mouse is on my computer, you know, like, I don't know what an arrow key is, and people were like, okay, experimenting. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be at the end of June, and they're working their ass off to do that. But it's a fun use case where we took some things that was like blockchain based and like trying to, you know, like massage it to make it like a broader product, and they've been great about it and quite amazing. And on UX UI for that. So
Wow.
it's gonna be yeah. Stay tuned.
Yeah, super cool. Is it just one dot gallery?
So it's gonna be on CADAF. It's contemporary and digital art fair.art. So it's cadaf.art, and but their website doesn't have anything yet. It's but it's still called like .dot, an actual .dot gallery as domain. And
oh my God, looking forward. I have to check it out.
Yeah, no, like we can do a UX UI session on that one specifically.
Yeah, no, totally, it'd be cool. I actually have a question for you guys. Is it okay? Do I have to like ask for you? I want to ask, how is it happening in this COVID pandemic time? I just want to know, because we all don't live in the same city and so on.
What's the question?
No, sorry.
What's your question?
I know, my question is like, how are you guys doing in this pandemic time?
I'm doing great. My life hasn't changed at all, man. I've been preparing for this Weltuntergang for since I came back from Turkey. You know, I basically those 3 years I learned to grow my own food, and was working over a 3G connection as the system administrator for the Bitcoin Foundation. I've been native crypto since 2013, and you know, I sit in a basement in the hackerspace with my laptop, and then I spend the time in my garden. I'm electrified by what's going on.
Oh my God.
Really, no, I really am, because I've literally been in the Bitcoin and Ethereum space for building all of these the freedom to transact, whether it's informationally or financially, with governance systems. I've just been running for 10 years, basically building and helping to people build the systems that are hopefully there as old paradigms collapse. I'm absolutely electrified, and now doing inner space and providing, you know, this sort of virtual environment where we can act with each other. I'm doing great, you know. You know, really. And look, we're talking, we're doing things, all of us. I'm in a community of people that are not taking things lying down. We're, you know, everybody that we're involved with are building and looking forward and not satisfied with the old normal. And I just feel like this is our moment. Yeah.
Yeah, no, true. I have to say I also share partly of that feeling that, okay, this is like kind of, I mean, it's sad in many ways, but there are also like new challenge, right? Which also arises at the same time, new opportunities, or, you know, like how, like, and human, like, race are just,
I feel like welcome to reality. You know what I mean? Welcome to the reality of where we're at on the planet.
Yeah.
COVID is like, this thing, as far as I'm concerned, it's going to burn out in, you know, 6 to 8 months, and then we'll have the recurring things. There's no way that society can stay stopped the way that it is.
True.
There's no way that surveillance capitalism is going to survive it. People are already, you know, dissatisfied with privacy issues on Facebook. You look at what happens with Zoom. Everybody shifts over to Zoom, and then everybody's going, taking my data. Zoom is changing. The world is radically changing under our feet, and it's a good thing. COVID is minor in comparison to global warming. How many organisms are there in the ice that's melting that we have yet to deal with that are coming out? I mean, this is like I love the paradigm shift that took us out of the 9/11 world. We've been living in this, you know, terrorism, money laundering, you know, bullshit sort of thing for you know, almost 20 years now. I mean, this is like this is the same level of paradigm shift, which is a wake-up call to actually what is important. And what it is that I see in Austria here is just people like on the opposite side of the political spectrum where I live. Yeah, so right-wing, they have the same concerns. They're like, this can't keep going on the way it has been, you know, what are we going to do? I think that the shutdown has been an absolutely wonderful thing for people to actually analyze what's important to them and what they want from their governments, what they want from their monetary systems. And I don't feel like it's a nerd thing that's only happening in our circles. I see it happening in the broader scope of mainstream media, and in the average person on the street is talking about things that I've been screaming about for 20 years. You know, it feels great.
Yeah. No, totally. I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree with one point that I think this situation has it has forced me to focus and, you know, kind of really like define for myself what matters. Like who matters, what matters, you know, like and all of those fat are, you know.
Matters to you? Who matters to you now? Really share that with us.
Yeah.
Really? What are the things, the conclusions or the actionables, or what are the value shifts that have happened for you?
Yeah, like I think of course like close families members are like super important. Like it just, you know, because I don't live in the same country as my parents for many years now, and you know, I also talk to them quite often, but not that often enough. But during this time, and you know, my aunts and everything, it just, I think the relationships are like super important. And also like longtime friends from high school, you know, which is sometimes like, it's a kind of people that we don't meet on a daily basis because we live in a different place. But then once we kind of meet, you know, let's say once a year, you know, we can kind of like catch up super quickly. Like that, you know, it's also a kind, I'm totally neglected. Like you know, and then I kind of refreshed, I don't know how to say it, like the relationship over this. Some of them also reach out to me, and you know, it feels like kind of nice. And also of course like new friendship, you know, like all this, you guys crypto people. It just, because I mean like we just either have to chat or like call or talk like every day. I have to like, you know, so I feel also this is kind of my new like community, like family somehow, you know, like because, you know, like us, I think we've seen each other in so many events and in real life and whatnot, you know, like it just, it's so cool. Yeah.
But it's also like, you know, like making a bit more sense of like what is sustainable and what is not in terms of even traveling for us, right? Like, because I feel like in the crypto space, as much as we love all the events, is it like really rational to like all travel to, you know, like to Japan, like for a conference, like when people might not be able to, or yes, it's great and it's fun, but same thing with like the art market and art fairs. You know, some people were traveling to like 70 events per year. Like, this is the only thing they were doing, literally. So I think that puts that back in context, being like, okay, well, what if you can't? Like, and
so I'm involved with the dog fooding group for DevCon, and one of the interesting things that's happening right now is that in integrating Pope tokens for DevCon. Actually, Liggy is like going, I don't want any physical Pope tokens for environmental reasons. We don't need any T-shirts. You know, everybody has enough T-shirts. There's like literally that sort of mentality that's this, you know, this consumerist or materialist sensibility. People are feeling much more empowered to actually manifest those things as a result of this, you know, of the travel bans.
But I think we have to also realize that we're lucky enough to like be able to work, you know, on projects while this is happening, and this is something that I'm like thankful every day. But it's also, you know, like some people are like, oh, now I have time to read books and like
no, we don't.
Lego. And I'm like, I've never been as busy as I feel now. So, but it shows like, you know, like what you can make of a situation. And I'm so happy that actually I had 3 events planned like this spring, and they all went virtual and pretty much are happening at the same or almost the same dates as they were planned physically. So it's good to see the resilience of people, you know, and
yeah, that's the thing. Is it to come back to what Lily was saying about what's important is, I think the one thing that's always motivated me through all of the different things that I've done in my life has been the people. Yeah, it's always been about the people that I could work with, and what it is that we were doing was secondary to the working relationship and the motivations of the people that I associate with. And so that's a core thing. Definitely is people always. Yeah.
Totally. And Simona, how are you doing? She's still here.
Oh shit, she's probably making coffee or something. Man.
I'm here. I had to find the window amongst all of the other tabs.
Community people queen.
Right. I think the main thing, and I've said this before, I definitely think this push to virtual is a good thing for us all, because it is forcing us to look at all of the different, again, paths to access in a virtual setting. Like, why would you need to physically be there, right? This is all about distributed access. This is all about easier access. This is all about, it's for everyone, not just the people who can afford to travel to XYZ location. And so I think from that perspective, and even things like virtual events, right? A lot of these technologies and a lot of the platforms that we use are not set up for an interactive dynamic or a networking boosting dynamic, which I think, again, is something that we need to sort out, like all of the things with Zoom and privacy and the fact that it's, you know, the connection to it. Like, I've been having huge problems with Zoom in terms of connection, because everywhere around me, my bandwidth has practically been halved because everybody around me is home.
Yeah.
Let's face it, Interspace does a lot better job at connectivity than Zoom does.
Your comments this morning or last night, you know, in the Community of Communities Telegram group, where people are asking about, you know, Zoom permissions and stuff, you know. And I just thought, okay, I'm just not even going to talk about Interspace there, because we've solved a lot of those issues and people will find out about it or not, you know. So,
but these are things that now potentially we are being pushed to solve a lot quicker and to solve a lot better than, you know, the physical, being able to constantly physically interact was making us a little bit lazier.
Yeah.
All of these things, or figuring out, you know what, how about we funnel people in, or we work on adoption through other ways rather than just organizing physical events.
Yeah. It also brings out like creativity, like in terms of you, because this is a necessity to do this now, and it's
need is the best teacher, like 100%.
Totally.
So yeah, for me, I think somehow though I'm working even more than before. I didn't think this was possible, but here we are, and I think it's just because I'm like prison. There's no, oh, I'm just traveling for a couple of days. It's like, no, we know you're not. You're definitely there. So
there's no excuse. There's no excuse anymore.
There's no escape. Yeah.
I have a great picture of us from East Berlin that actually popped up in my phone when I was looking for something that I got to send to you.
Oh, really? Yes.
The last time that we saw each other. Yeah, I got to send you that picture because it's a good one.
Do it. Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Thanks so much for joining us, Lily. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you, you guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, actually, I don't think you're part of the Discord, like from TURIN yet, because someone asked, if you can send me your slides. Someone asked for the slides there.
Okay. Yes.
So, or whatever is easier for you.
Yes, I will do it. How to join the Discord again?
I'll send you the invite in Telegram.
The link in the Interspace Discord that you've already joined.
Yes.
So you can post it there, and then yeah, and then Fanny can find you in the Interspace Discord and send you an invite to the ETH TURIN.
Okay, awesome.
Discord.
Yes.
Fanny.
In many ways.
Cool.
Yeah. Wait, and I sent you a wrong thing. I sent you.
I was like, what?
Oh my god.
Fractured channels, man. Unbelievable. That's another thing. How many message clients do you guys have?
Oh my god.
Oh god. Let's not even go there.
Oh god. But I don't get TikTok. Okay, do you get TikTok? I mean, I don't really get it. Like I try.
No, Pan gets it, but I don't get it.
I don't get it. I mean, I kind of like. I mean, it's like entertaining for a while, but then it's just so annoying because everyone is talking all the time and doing like this extra like stuff. I don't know. I just have to try. Maybe I'm just old. So I'm just like, wow. It's just like,
Well, welcome to community media, man. Everybody has a voice. We dreamed of this stuff, 20 years ago. I did everything I could to make it happen, and now that it's here, it's just like, okay, a lot of flotsam and jetsam that I don't really need.
Oh god.
Generational thing.
Yeah, it will always come with a fluff.
Absolutely.
All right. Right. So we're getting to our last. Yeah. Good.
Okay. Cool. Okay, I will share it there. Let's move.
Perfect.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
So next we have the last mentor for the mentoring today, and it's about COVID-19 response. So do you want Michael to introduce?
Yeah, I don't see him here yet, but let me message him again on Keybase.
completely fine, although for some reason I can't hear anyone speaking, which is a bit odd. So let me just share my window. Okay, let's go to Google News. So we're going to walk through essentially the problem of decentralized contact tracing. So there are basically DP3T. There we go. So the problem of decentralized contact tracing is effectively the issue of how to discover who, if you've been infected with corona, who you've talked to, who you've met, and to alert them that they may also have corona without having to reveal your identity to them, so they don't know it's necessarily me, and they don't have to reveal to anyone else, including a central government or government authority, that they also have corona. So this sounds impossible, but we can do it with Bluetooth. So how Bluetooth? So can you guys maybe, is it possible you chat to me in the text so I know if this is working? Can you guys see the DP3T GitHub there?
Am I cutting into the right place?
GitHub? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So now I'm just going to walk through. I'm going to give a really brief description of this design, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the MixNet designs, and then I'm going to talk about the centralized design being put forward by the French and German government. So if people are interested, if you go to NIM's Twitter, we just released a blog post that kind of explains, and much more or less what I said, the problem of decentralized contact tracing. But let's look at the actual technical solution. So the first and primary technical solution is called DP3T, which stands for Decentralized Privacy Preserving Proximity Tracing. And there's a very nice overview on this link here. And this basically lets you, how it works is I'm going to go straight to the cryptography because I'm assuming everyone here is pretty technically and politically savvy. So this is the main proposal, but if you want to actually take a look at the technical parts, you want to go all the way up. You want to say, well, how does this work? So you see there's lots of code. You have Android, SDKs, iOS, but what you want to read first is you want to go to the cryptographic part of the protocol, which is in what's called DP3T white paper. And you can see it's got most of Europe's leading cryptographers behind it, including NIM advisors Carmela Troncoso and Bart Purnell. And various countries, Estonia, Austria, and Switzerland, have already said they will adopt this technology. So it's good to understand this technology. So we're going to go, so there's these cartoons. These cartoons try to explain the real basics. And the basics are that rather than identify yourself directly, you identify yourself with what's called an ephemeral identifier. This ephemeral identifier is essentially a random string that changes every so often, like 10 minutes. And as you're walking around, you broadcast this random string. So if I meet you at a, let's say, not a cafe because those are illegal now, but let's say we're out jogging or doing our exercise and I jog with you, or my ephemeral ID on my Bluetooth phone would be shared and with your Bluetooth phone and vice versa. You see this ephemeral ID is being continually broadcast using Bluetooth and is being stored. This is what's decentralized. It's not being stored in a central server. It's being stored locally on the phone itself. Then what happens, and how are these ephemeral identifiers created? So this is the most important part. Look at what's called look at the top of this page. So again, go direct to page 10, ignore all of the blah, blah. You see what there actually is each day, your smartphone creates a new secret key. That's the SK. And it takes a hash of the SK and then go down a little bit and you say smartphones generate a list of new ephemeral identifiers, quite a lot, because they need to broadcast a new one every 10 minutes throughout the whole day. That's 24 hours, 1 a minute, 60 minutes. And then what they do is they basically take the secret key, they run it through what's called a pseudo-random function, which is just a stream cipher, HMAC SHA-256, and they add a little salt there called broadcast key, and then you basically take the result of that hash, which is a quite big hash of this key. You push it through the stream cipher, and the stream cipher basically produces these ephemeral identifiers, and you just basically, cut that giant identifier up into 16-byte chunks, and that gives you your ephemeral ID. So the important thing about this is that crypto is actually really simple. You make a new key every day. You use basically a quite normal stream cipher to take that key to transform it into like a really long random number, and then you cut that long random number into 10-minute 16-byte intervals, and you release one of those every 10 minutes. So how that works is that means that anyone who has my key, that SK there, can then generate the identifiers. Because if you look at this process with the broadcast key and the stream cipher, it's a deterministic process. So that means that it's replicable. There's no real, how do you say? There's no randomness which cannot be redetermined locally, right? So that's great. What this means is that why is this great? It means that I can store my key and all these identifiers on my phone. That there's no server, there's no central server, which could be surveilling me, which knows about these ephemeral IDs. I can generate these ephemeral IDs, and that can basically pretend to be me. Now, there's some attacks here. You can imagine I intercept some ephemeral identifiers and I rebroadcast them, but they're a little bit strange because their ephemeral identifiers again change every 10 minutes. So you'd have a 10-minute window. You can maybe pretend to be someone else, but you couldn't after that window because you didn't have their secret key. You couldn't pretend to be them anymore. Then if you want to basically, the question is, so everyone has these secret identifiers. They all have these secret keys. They're broadcasting these secret identifiers, these ephemeral identifiers, which are created by their secret keys. And then the real question is, how is it that I can then determine if I have Corona, that I can tell my contacts without a central server knowing? Okay, so that's the real important question. This is the other big trick inside of DP3T. So how it works, let's see. This is how it works. This is it. So I'm a patient. I have my phone app on. I get diagnosed with Corona. So you see in step 2, it uploads SK, which is my secret key for the day, to a server. And all the server does is the server, only doctors can upload the secret key. So I can, as an individual, just sort of like pretend they have Corona and spam people by saying, oh, I got Corona, guys, uploading my key. No. Has to be authorized by a doctor. That doctor then uploads with your consent, or you do it with your doctor's consent, your key to the backend server. That's the yellow box. And then that backend server then broadcasts that secret key. Anyone in the entire world can read that secret key. And so everyone else who has this app, every hour or so, they basically poll the server and say, has anyone new been infected? And if someone's been infected, they download that key, which is pretty amazing. And then from that key, so you see that step 3, you're broadcasting the secret key to all the other phones. And then step 4, you take that key, you compute, because that key lets you recompute all those ephemeral identifiers, because you just run that stream cipher over that key, which I think is just AES GSM. And then you get these ephemeral identifiers from all the infected person, and then you check. So you've generated the step 4, you've done the first step, you generate all the ephemeral IDs of the infected person, and this goes on not just for, one day, but for the last 2 weeks. So in case you've met someone, because you're infectious for about 2 weeks, you check to see if the ephemeral identifier is in your database of the identifiers that you've seen while walking around, while jogging, while hanging out at your house, you going shopping. You've seen a bunch of these ephemeral identifiers, and that Bluetooth, remember, is recording these ephemeral identifiers, but not on a server, in a local database on your device. And if those two identifiers match, then you say, oh dear, yes, I might have corona, so I'm going to go to the doctor to get checked. And that's how, in a nutshell, decentralized contact tracing works. The DP3T design. There's some other tricks, which I'll mention very quickly. So someone might say, well, it's kind of bad if I download this key, because then maybe I can kind of guess who's infected. So there's a more advanced trick, which I wouldn't recommend anyone hack on because it involves more advanced crypto, but involves something called what's called a cuckoo filter. And this cuckoo filter, it's the same algorithm, but rather than uploading a key, you essentially upload a kind of like cuckoo filter is kind of like a Bloom filter. It basically takes a bunch of data and like you can check to see if something's in that data or not without knowing what the data is or knowing all the other things in that data, the set of all things in that data. And for Bluetooth tracing, the cuckoo filter is just a set of ephemeral IDs of people that have been infected, and then you just check so that the key is never revealed. And there's some nice privacy properties of that, which are a little bit nicer than uploading and downloading the key. But then you have to do this kind of complex cuckoo filter, which is not part of like standard crypto libraries. So you can imagine, let's say I'm an Ethereum hacker and I want to make like an Ethereum decentralized dApp version of DP3T. And, what you would do is you would say my local device would have a key, which could, for example, be, my private key for my Ethereum address. I take that key. If you wanted to make just like an Ethereum version of this, I wouldn't really. It's an interesting exercise. I don't know if I'd recommend people use it, but it would help you understand the algorithm. You take that key, you run it through the stream cipher, you make these ephemeral IDs locally, and then you could basically imagine, although I think it's maybe a little bit dangerous, but it'd be a kind of a fun hacking program. You could upload that key, your key, if you've been infected, to like the Ethereum blockchain. People could check the blockchain and say, oh, this is a secret key of someone who's been infected, and they can recalculate locally those ephemeral identifiers. So if your connection to Ethereum was pretty anonymous and that key didn't have any funds in it, but was just like a key you generated with Solidity or whatnot, that'd be a nice way you could adapt this system to Ethereum. So then rather than talking to the box in yellow, the centralized backend, you could be talking to a blockchain. But there's some privacy problems there, which are realistic to have, because those privacy problems, if you put the keys of all the infected people on a blockchain forever, maybe that could be somehow used against someone in the future if there's some data leakage from their phone or something. So why don't we take a little break for a second, and then okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Those are the two correct links. And then we're going to do another design, which we don't like, which is a centralized design. And this is the design which is currently being discussed by the French and German governments. And then finally, we're going to end with the MixNet design. But we're going to go through, this is the PPD. This is actually a good overview. This post here is a good overview of all of the different designs. If you speak French, there's a lot of stuff in French here as well. But the most important thing to think about this design is that, all of these academics from all over Europe designed this wonderful decentralized design. And then what happened is the German and French government basically said, hey guys, we want a centralized design. We want to have a database of everyone who's been infected and everyone they've talked to, what you can't do with DP3T, because all of the contacts are stored in a decentralized way on people's phones. There's no central way to know who's talked to who, or at least not easily, without doing like really crazy monitoring. So the German government put forward this proposal. Let's see if I can still find it, which is called the NTK proposal. Maybe internet seems relatively slow. Has it been taken off? Maybe it's been taken. Let's see. Just wait a second. Okay, it's not opening. But there's another. Anyways, the German government has a very secretive system, which isn't that interesting to look at. And the French government is putting forward their own centralized system called Robert, or the Robust and Price-Preserving Proximity Tracing Protocol on GitHub. And so this is the French proposal. That being said, and it's the same thing. You can file GitHub. You can read it. You can file GitHub questions. I monitor these GitHubs pretty closely. And you can read about the French design. So this is the French design. Can everyone see that French design? Okay, cool. Exile Surfer seeing them so you can see the French design. So the French design seems to be similar to, you have these contagious people and you want to find out who they are, and it's not as easy to read as the DP3 design, but you can say there's, and it looks similar. You're generating these Bluetooth identifiers. You can sort of see they're going through a key here. Fine. This all looks vaguely similar, except to when you get to this part. Because what's actually happening, and this is the key, is the server basically gives you your identifiers. You don't have your identifiers generated locally. Sorry, it's not a very well-written proposal. I'm trying to find the right part of it. Give me one sec. You don't have your identifiers generated locally. You register to the French government server using TLS, as they show here, and then the French government server basically sends you, they have a permanent identifier for you. See that IDA? And then they basically give you a list of ephemeral identifiers, which they generate on your behalf. So this design does the same thing as the DP3T design, but it's centralized because rather than building the ephemeral identifiers locally from a key that only you have and that only you publish when you're infected, the server basically generates all of the key material and the identifiers for you. So obviously they can use this to track you, and this is, we think, pretty dangerous. And it seems like the French and German governments are pretty into making this happen. Now, what's been interesting is TechCrunch. Let's see. There's been Apple, I think, has a proposal. Apple.com. Just wait a second. So Apple and Google put out their own proposal. And this proposal, you can read about on this website, and it's the joint Apple-Google proposal. Sorry, I just downloaded a giant specification. Oh, oops, sorry, I almost forgot. And if you want to see it, it's a little bit disappointing because this is all they have. This is the German government proposal, which is all a bunch of nice blah, blah. But if you look at it very closely, that's it. There's no details. There's no cryptography. There's something about Bluetooth and data collection, and there's some sort of server which controls everything. So you don't even really want it. We can't even really judge the German government proposal because there's not enough details, but it looks really dubious. The Apple and Google proposal, everyone assumed was actually really dubious, but weirdly enough, one of the big problems with Bluetooth is that when you run Bluetooth in the background, it basically burns out your battery unless you have some extra support and all this, you have to generate these keys, you have to broadcast these identifiers. And so Google and Apple basically took a version of DP3T, which you can read here. Sorry, let me see if I can open that PDF. I can't open the PDF, but if you go to that cryptography specification, you can basically look at the Google and Apple proposal and determine if it's safe or not. And effectively it is, they've released their APIs to be compatible with DP3T, and their APIs are not compatible with the centralized German and French government proposals. And this is leading a big mess where the French German government are telling Apple and Google, which is really backwards, saying, well, can we have better control over Bluetooth so we can violate user privacy? So it's sort of weird. Google and Apple are sticking up for privacy, and I don't think they're doing it because they're good people. I think they're doing it because they're being very cautious. And also, to be honest, you saw different papers. It's very easy for Google and Apple to read the DP3T paper. uses very simple crypto and figure out how that works. And that proposal from the French government looks like a bit of a mess and is very hard to read. On the other hand, let's talk about the MixNet proposal. This is a sort of fun one. Now, this one, if you go over here, so one of these problems with these proposals is they all involve Bluetooth, but they still involve the server publishing this key. And maybe if you want to use Ethereum, you publish on a blockchain, and maybe you don't want to publish. Is there a way you could do privacy preserving contact tracing without publishing any keys? And I'll just give a very quick overview of how a MixNet is used to do this. I can use a MixNet to basically sort of say, these identifiers that you're broadcasting, they're not identifiers that are generated from a key. These identifiers are a bunch of anonymous mailboxes. And these mailboxes are anonymous because they are generated new with each identifier. And the pattern of talking to those mailboxes, putting information there, and retrieving that information is all anonymized via using a MixNet, which is a sort of Tor-like infrastructure with a bit more protection, cover traffic, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's very good for like email kind of applications. And we at NIM Technologies, we have a MixNet, so we're very excited by this proposal. And what's really nice about this proposal, which I recommend people read if they're interested, is that rather than having a central server that doesn't know anything about your key, you basically, all you have is a contact list. And that contact list, you don't have to keep your local contacts on your phone. You just broadcast these identifiers, which essentially are pseudonyms for mailboxes. People walk around, broadcast these pseudonyms for mailboxes. And when you get infected, you can send essentially an email message or message to each of these identifiers, and they roll back to the mailbox, and then that person then gets essentially a message saying that they've been infected. And all of these mailboxes are completely anonymized due to the MixNet, because these mailboxes essentially are run on the MixNet equivalents, which are called NIM servers, essentially the MixNet equivalent of what's called Tor hidden sources like WikiLeaks or SecureDrop. Essentially, they're not a known IP address, they're not a known server. It's just a key material, which it's basically a public key, and you can send messages that public key and retrieve messages when wanted. However, the problem with this system is that it's pretty easy on a mobile phone to take a key and generate 20,000 16-byte strings. You have to do the same thing with a MixNet, but you have to generate 20,000 mailboxes, anonymous mailboxes. And so this actually ends up being pretty computationally expensive. It's nice because it's not on the user's device, but it's kind of a lot of overhead and requires a lot of people running NIM mix nodes or servers. And we have a MixNet. Let's see if he's released the code. So this guy has some code. It's a bit mysterious. Doesn't look like he's working on it too much, but it'd be fun code to pick up. You can see that he's been doing a little bit of coding, looking at MixNets. And if you're also interested in maybe rebuilding the system in Rust, which we're kind of interested in doing, you can go to our GitHub, and we have essentially all of the MixNode code in Rust, including compiling down to WASM. And so we could, in theory, easily support basically building this kind of system. And we have a lot of docs about how to install a MixNode. We have, if you don't really want to go, you can easily play around with it. And if you want to talk to us, we have a very active Keybase channel where is it? There it is. Where you can just join this public Keybase channel, and we're more than willing to kind of mentor and help people run these mix nodes. We have a MixNet that's already working, so you don't need to build your own new one. Let's see how it's doing. This is all of our mix nodes. You can see we have, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 mix nodes already running. So we probably can't do MixNet enabled privacy for like an entire country, but we could definitely do it for thousands of people. If you feel like for a hacking project that this may be too hard, this mixnet based stuff. There's a lot of easy stuff to do that you could use a mixnet or Tor for. For example, if you go to DP3T, you can see in the step 2, your phone is talking to a server. You might want to hide that connection by using Tor to talk to the server to hide your IP address or to reveal these keys, or go over a mixnet. So there's very simple ways to add a mixnet or Tor to the server. And, if you want to do some fun Ethereum hacking, you could try to replace that server, that centralized server, with a blockchain. So those are kind of the hacking projects I thought of. I'm really sorry my audio is not working. I'm going to debug it and come back in, but I'll be around all day today and in the chat channel. So if anyone has any questions, you can just chat with me anytime, and I'll try to get the audio working properly. Actually, great question, Fanny. No, I haven't. So yes and no. We have not talked to Radical Exchange. So if you want to introduce us, that would be great. We have, NIM advisors run DP3T. So we're in close, I would say, daily contact with them, which is great. And via them, we've been in touch with the Swiss government. We also put applications to the Irish and Dutch governments to create more privacy-preserving decentralized contact tracing, and we were rejected by the Dutch government and are kind of got no response from the Irish government despite some initial interest. It looks like what's going, in the United States. Okay, so I live in Europe. I've lived in Europe for a very long time. Dual U.S. European citizen. So I'm not super familiar with what's going on in the U.S., but I can give you. I know some things. In the U.S. there is a MIT effort called SafeTrace, or what was it called? SafePaths. I think that's it. And SafePaths is attempts to do corona tracing, but we think, to be honest, PrivateKit, it's very dangerous, the U.S. approach, because the U.S. approach is based on GPS and trying to anonymize GPS data. And GPS data, which is both inaccurate. I mean, Bluetooth isn't so great, but GPS data is super inaccurate. And it's super hard to anonymize, and basically involves government U.S. telco cooperation. So we don't really think this MIT design. I mean, this MIT design is better than like the Israeli thing, which is we just surveil everyone's phones, or what they do in South Korea. But it's not a great design, and we kind of hope the U.S. adopts a DP3T design. There's also, that would be great. I would love to be introduced to those folks. And the other design, which people have been talking about, no, we haven't looked at Taiwan, actually. That's a good point. We should look at Taiwan. We did look at the Singapore app, which is the famous one, and the Singapore app is vaguely close to DP3T, but has a kind of centralized server backend. I'm not sure what's going on in Taiwan, actually. But I do think in terms of privacy, the European approaches are generally better unless the French or German government gets their way. So it's actually a really big deal. If you did make an app or you had some good proposal, the French government is voting on Tuesday. So expect a lot of news. And it looks like Apple and Google and the French German government are in some sort of negotiations. That being said, lots of European governments seem to be pushing for decentralization and privacy, particularly Austria, Switzerland, and Estonia, which is a pretty weird combination. All will release DP3T decentralized approaches by, I don't know, I think May 11th or something, this next month. And they've already, they've already pushed it. So I'm happy to talk to Audrey. I've heard of her. She's very famous. I hope she has time enough to check out an email or look at a tech document. But I would make sure the Austrian government doesn't do anything dodgy. I mean, governments often do dodgy things, but everything's moving so quickly in this space. It's a bit of a mess. And we at NIM are happy. We are building the components to make stuff, to make more privacy versions of this. We don't think, maybe. I mean, I was kind of surprised Austria really pushed the privacy version, so something's going right. And so what we hope to do at NIM, and maybe hackers could also do, is we can imagine more as we start deploying, these designs will iterate. They will get, we'll learn a lot from how they work and how they don't work. Maybe no one will use them, or maybe the Bluetooth is too coarse grained to really make sense. But the great news is, we are seeing a lot of governments be responsive to privacy and a lot of concern from citizens. So that's great. We're really impressed. If you had asked me 2 weeks ago, would Corona definitely lead to a surveillance state a la Israel with giving Shin Bet control of everyone's Corona data? I would say, yeah, sure. And I'm happy to see Europe do some pushback. Oh, great. Okay, I've never met them. Those sound really well. They're doing the right thing. So, I'm happy to take any questions and chat. But I also understand people have limited time. You want to get hacking, and I also need to fix my audio somehow so I can hear you guys. Happy to. I'll be around, and if people stay up all night hacking, I will also be up all night to give any advice on Corona or mixnets or whatever people want to do. Okay, thanks so much, Fanny. I'm sorry. I'm glad at least you guys can hear me. I'm sorry I can't hear you, but at least we can chat together over text, and I will get the audio working very shortly. And I'll just be in the chat channel all day.
Great.
Cool. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you. Michael, I think in terms of the chat, I think he means the interspace one, right? Just to make sure we can find him easily. Not the TURIN one, but I don't know what's best for people to reach out to him.
We should post the link in the interspace chat to the ETH TURIN chat for the hackers. So
and I think I was trying to chat in during the talk, when just opening open chat for this room, but it goes to the conference room channel, not to the mentoring, but it's.
Yeah, okay, no big deal. Anyway, in the mentoring channel now, just at Harry with the invite to the ETH TURIN hack channel so that he's in the right one.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Will do. Any comment on the?
Yeah. No, I mean, I drew Harry in because, I know what he's doing. I've been following. I'm in their Keybase group and been following their work and stuff. So I'm good. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is quite a fascinating subject, and where the faster.
NIM's on the front edge of developing the mixnet side of this stuff, and Nadim, is I don't know if you know who Nadim is, but he's an ex-student of Harry's earlier. He's one of the top encryption guys and cryptographers. He's a really smart kid. So yeah, they're moving fast on this stuff. Yeah. Good morning.
No, this is great. Louis, you say hi. You say goodbye. This is the end of the mentoring. Goodbye.
Goodbye, mentoring.
He just woke up. It's 8:40. All right, we'll see you on the other side, maybe in the conference room. I need to pee, so I'll go pee. All right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kay.